Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Game number 3 here at Palomar College. The winner advances to the 3C2A state championship next weekend, and the loser will have their season come to an end. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm Noah Alvarez. Thanks for tuning in, wherever you may be tuning in from. Your Santa Ana Dons will be taking on the Palomar Comets for the third and final time this weekend here in the regional finals. In case you missed the other two games, let's go ahead and recap the series. Palomar College won game number 1 and come from behind fashion, scoring 6 runs in the last 2 innings to win 11-7 on Friday afternoon. With their backs against the wall needing a win Saturday, Santa Ana College bounced back with a 5-4 victory yesterday afternoon. Sophomore pitcher Alan Huerta had another big playoff start, going 8 innings, allowed only 3 runs, 7 hits, and struck out 7 batters. So the Dons and the Comets will face off for the third time this weekend. The Dons enter with an overall record of 34-13-1. They're led by 10th-year head coach Tom Nils, and they're the reigning 3C2A state champions looking to defend their state title. In the other dugout to my right on the first base side, it's the Palomar Comets. They enter with a record of 36-10. They were the number 2 seed in this year's Southern California Regional Playoff bracket, and they're led by 6th-year head coach Ben Adams. Again, I'm Noah Alvarez. Thanks for tuning in, wherever you may be tuning in from. We're about 7 minutes from first pitch. First pitch set here at 12 noon on this beautiful Sunday afternoon in the city of San Marcos on the campus of Palomar College. It's Sunday, May 19th. Again, both these teams had to go through 2 rounds of the playoffs. Let's recap how both these teams got here. The Dons defeated the Warriors of El Camino College in the first round. They needed only 2 games to defeat the Warriors. They won the first game by a score of 6-1, and then won game number 2 by a score of 17-7. Then in the following weekend, they went to a super regional round hosted by Golden West College. Golden West was the higher seed with the number 3 seed. It was them, Santa Ana College, and Santa Barbara City. In the very first game of the weekend on Thursday, Santa Ana lost to Santa Barbara City very uncharacteristically by a score of 18-1. Yes, 18-1. So that forced Santa Ana College to play 2 games that Thursday afternoon. They defeated the Rustlers in game number 2 of that Thursday by a score of 14-3. After Thursday's game, they were the second game on Friday after Golden West defeated Santa Barbara City. Santa Ana took on Santa Barbara City in a win-or-go-home, as the loser would be eliminated from playoff contention, and they defeated the Santa Barbara City Vaqueros in a must-win game by a score of 9-4. So after that 9-4 victory last Friday, on Saturday they had a win-or-go-home game number 5 with Golden West Rustlers. Both those teams for the Orange Empire Conference, and both teams very familiar with each other. And it was the Dons that came out on top. They were the aggressor, and they hung on for an 8-5 victory. That was, again, last Saturday, May 11th. Again, they lost game number 1 this weekend, but came back and won game 2 yesterday by a score of 5-4.
With 138 conference championships, 25 state championships, and 6 national championships, Santa Ana College has one of the premier athletic programs in California. With your help, we will continue to provide opportunities to student athletes as they thrive in both athletics and academics. We are Santa Ana College.
We request your cooperation by supporting the participants and officials in a positive manner. Profanity, discriminatory comments, or other intimidating language or actions relative to any of the following: sexual orientation, gender identification.
Back here at Palomar College, had to take a quick commercial break after some papers flew away. It's a slightly breezy day here in the city of San Marcos. So just to recap the postseason for both these teams, the Comets, they took on the College of the Canyon Cougars in the first round of the 3C2A playoffs. They defeated both of them in 2 games, winning 7-2, and then game number 2 they won by a score of 19-1. So they advanced and hosted the Super Regional, the second round here in the 3C2A playoffs, and they hosted the likes of Cuesta College and Mount SAC. In Thursday's first game for the Palomar, they defeated Cuesta College and eliminated Cuesta after defeating them by a score of 8-7 in 10 innings. They needed extra innings to win that game. Then it became a best-of-3 series between them and Mount SAC. The Mounties forced the Comets to go to extra innings, but it looks like we're going to go to a quick commercial break for the national anthem. We'll be right back after this.
Starting your college journey is a big step. It requires discipline and dedication while you balance your work, life, and education. At Santa Ana College, you can choose a pathway that fits into your schedule and leads you toward your personal and educational goals. Earn an associate degree, university transfer, career training, or even a bachelor's degree in occupational studies. With classes available both in person and online. Gain the professionalism and confidence you need to further yourself and your career, and become a bigger part of your community. Wraparound services are available to fit your needs and provide all the necessary tools to achieve academic, personal, and career success. Start your journey at Santa Ana College, where
Life doesn't change overnight. It takes effort and dedication. It takes learning new skills and putting yourself and loved ones first. At Santa Ana College, you can complete a full-time accelerated online program in just 2 years. Choose a program that meets your needs and changes your educational dreams into a well-deserved reality. Building the life you want means taking a first step. Start your journey at Santa Ana College. Where it leads is up to you.
Back here at Palomar College, and just to recap the postseason for the Comets, last weekend they defeated Cuesta College in that first Thursday of the Super Regionals. Then it became a best-of-3 between them and the Mount SAC Mounties. And Friday's game, they defeated the Mounties 9-8, needing 10 innings to do so. So if they won Saturday, they would advance to host the regional finals, and they defeated the Mounties by a score of 12-7 last Saturday, May 11th. Again, the Comets won game 1 this weekend by a score of 11-7. The Dons won 5-4 yesterday, and so that's why we have a game number 3 here. Again, the winner advances to the 3C2A state championship. Again, I'm Noah Alvarez. Thanks for tuning in. The Comets are the home team here. They're going to be in their cream uniforms with the cream pants and their green-gray hat with the red logo on top, while the Dons are in their playoff reds, gray bottoms. They're going to be in the third base dugout, while the Comets are in the first base dugout. Again, thanks for tuning in. Wherever you may be tuning in from, I'm Noah Alvarez. A very exciting day to be here. Expect a full stadium here at Palomar College. Again, whether you're watching live or listening to the replay on YouTube, we appreciate you for tuning in. It's the 3C2A regional finals here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. The Dons will be the road team here today, and we'll be batting first. So let's go ahead and get you the lineup for your Santa Ana Dons. Batting first and playing second will be Thomas Williams, a sophomore from Ocean View High School. In the 2 spot, it's left fielder Jake Long. Playing center field and batting third is Jimmy Leanda. Batting cleanup is first baseman Mikey Rocha. Batting fifth and playing third base is Matthew Dobson. In the 6th hole, it's DH Keon Sanchez. In the 7th spot, it's Connor Deach. Batting 8th and playing right field is Carson Case. And rounding out the lineup, batting 9th is shortstop Christian Altamirano. On the mound for the Comets, the home team today, that you'll get to see first here in the top of the first, it's Eric Van Valkenburg. Wearing number 27, a right-hander, a freshman. The first pitch to sophomore Thomas Williams is in there for a strike. Again, thanks for tuning in. Wherever you may be tuning in from, game number 3. Second pitch misses outside. Looked like he was an off-speed pitch that Valkenburg tried to use. He's a freshman from Torrey Pines High School. Hometown listed as Solana Beach. Second pitch is ripped to right field, and the Dons are going to start the game off with a leadoff single off the bat of Thomas Williams. So the sophomore from Ocean View High School, he's a switch hitter, leads things off with a single, and that'll bring up the freshman from Lacerna, Jake Long. Long yesterday, back in the third inning of the game. The Dons were the home team, remember? So in the bottom of the third, Jake Long crushed a solo home run over the right field wall. That gave the Dons a 2-1 lead back in the bottom of the third. First pitch to Long, an off-speed one, and it was a nice one in there for a strike. We'll get you the defense for the comments here after this pitch from Eric Van Valkenburg, the freshman. Coming set, the righty pitching from the first base side of the rubber. Runner stays put. This one fouled back into the netting, and it's an 0-2 count. Behind the plate, it's Makana Olaso. At third base, Luke Matthews. At shortstop, Ian Halverson. At second, it's Noah Lazuka. And at first base, it's Patrick McClellan. In the outfield, it's Anthony Pacino, Elijah Cook, and Colby Raphael from left to right. Again, Cook, the center fielder. Made a few nice plays in center field yesterday. Here's the 0-2 to Jake Long. This one also fouled back into the netting. Jake Long seeing the ball really well here early on. Again, top of the first inning. Game number 3 of this regional final weekend between Palomar Comets and the Santa Ana Dons. Runner on first is Thomas Williams. He has really good speed over there. 7 of 12 in stolen base attempts this season. This one, an off-speed pitch that Jake Long pokes out into left center, and I believe that's going to drop right in front of Pacino. So Williams advances to second. It's back-to-back singles for the Dons to start this game. And, of course, as the road team, you want to be the team that strikes first and applies pressure to the home team. So the Dons trying to get on board early. Again, top of the first, and now that'll bring up the number 3 hitter. One of the more talented players here in the state of California, it's Jimmy Leanda. Jimmy Leanda was an impact freshman last year, playing most of the time left field for the Dons in the outfield last year on their way to their 3C2A state championship. Watches a first pitch breaking ball miss outside, 1-0 the count to the center fielder. Leanda enters the game, today's game, hitting .347 on the season, has started all 49 games for the Dons. Leads the team with 67 hits, 7 home runs, and is second with 45 RBIs. Here's the 1-0 to Leanda. This one is in and over for a strike. We're seeing a lot of breaking balls early on here by Valkenburg. Again, the freshman from Solana Beach. Mikey Rocha, the first baseman for the Dons, on deck. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Top of the first inning. This one swung on and missed. They're going to try a throw over to first base. This one's a little high, so no tag applied there. It was nice athleticism by McClellan. 1-2 the count. Try to get Jake Long on a big secondary. However, he's able to scurry back over to first in time. Again, win or go home for both these teams. They're trying to advance to the 3C2A state championship next weekend. It's going to be on the campus of Mount SAC, so here in Southern California. Here's the 1-2. This one misses upstairs. 2-2 the count. Again, a really nice day here for baseball. Wind blowing at our backs, out towards right center. We saw that be a factor yesterday, as we saw 3 home runs in the game yesterday. 2 by Santa Ana, 1 by Palomar. This one swung on and missed by Jimmy Leanda. Couldn't lay off the fastball upstairs, and it's the first out for the Comets in the top of the first inning. So Jimmy Leanda goes down via the strikeout, and that'll bring up Mikey Rocha. He had a quiet afternoon yesterday, went 0 for 4 at the plate. He's a sophomore from East Lake High School down in the Chula Vista area. And always want to shout out Mikey Roach's family for listening on the YouTube stream. Here's the first pitch to the first baseman. This one misses outside. 1-0 the count. Thomas Williams at second, Jake Long at first base. Eric Van Valkenburg on the mound. The freshman right-hander comes set. Here's the 1-0. This one catches the inner half. 1-1 the count to the first baseman. We're seeing the approach early on here by Van Valkenburg. Throw a lot of off-speed pitches. He did get Jimmy Leanda to strike out via the strikeout, but early in the counts we're seeing Van Valkenburg throw a lot of breaking balls for strikes. Here's the 1-1. This one hit high up into the air, potentially in play for McClellan, and it's actually going to drift foul out of play over the netting. 1-2 the count. So 1-2 count with runners on first and second for Mikey Rocha. 1 out in the inning. On deck is the third baseman, Matthew Dobson. This one misses outside. Big breaking ball. 2-2 the count. In yesterday's game, Mikey Rocha grounded out into a double play with the bases loaded back in the bottom of the first. He grounded out to the third baseman who threw on home. And then the catcher Jorson threw on the first for the 5-2-3 double play. This one's hit on the ground to the 5-6 hole. Let's see if they decide to send the runner. No, they're going to hold him up. Strong throw there by Pacino, so the bases are loaded. However, with 1 out, and the third baseman Matthew Dobson will come up. So 3 singles here in the top of the first. 1 out. And it'll be the sophomore third baseman from Capistrano Valley High School. Again, it's a trio of sophomores here in the middle of the lineup. Jimmy Leanda, Mikey Rocha, and Matthew Dobson. All impact freshmen last year as the Dons went on to capture their 4th 3C 2A championship in program history. This one swung on and missed. Maybe a little out of the zone, so Dobson helping out Van Valkenburg here. 0-1 the count. Williams at third. Jake Long has pretty good speed over at second. And Rocha at first base. Corners in. This one misses. Down and away. 1-1 the count. Dobson entering today's game, hitting .324 on the season. Has played in all 49 games, has started 48. So started all but 1 game for the Dons this season. Here's the 1-1. Big breaking ball, but didn't break into the zone. It stays upstairs. 2-1 the count to the third baseman. Dobson is second on the team with 6 home runs. Second on the team with also 49 RBIs. Here's the 2-1. This one does catch the outer half. A nice fastball there by Van Valkenburg. This is Van Valkenburg's 15th start on the season. Finished with a record of 9-1 and has an ERA of 2.71 entering today's contest. The freshman comes set. This one fouled back into the netting. So we'll do it again, 2-2. In 70 innings of work, Valkenburg's given up 68 hits. 21 earned runs, 53 walks have been issued to go along with 54 strikeouts. Batters are hitting .263 against the freshman right-hander from Torrey Pines High School. Here's the 2-2 once again. This one fouled back again into the netting, so Dobson battling up there. Would expect nothing less from the sophomore right-hander. Again, that trio had big moments last year in the postseason as freshmen with the bat and defensively. They're the experienced leaders here in the lineup. Dobson looking to drive in across a run here in the top of the first. 1 out. Here's the 2-2. This one hit into the air in foul territory for the right fielder. Raphael's going to give chase, and it's going to go into the bullpen over there. And so we'll do it again, 2-2. Looked like it would have been deep enough for Williams to tag. It's a pretty big backstop here, but once you get towards the outfield, especially halfway in the outfield, the space decreases in foul territory, especially towards the corner. There's maybe about a foot or two from the foul line. It's 320 down the left and right field line, 400 to straight center. This one misses the outer half of the zone, and Van Valkenburg wanted that pitch. It's a 3-2 count now with 1 out. Slow breaking ball on the outer half, or missed the outer half, says home plate umpire. Here's the 3-2. This one hit into the air again, into right field. This one keeps drifting. Raphael's going back towards the corner, and it goes over the wall, but in foul territory. So we'll do it again, 3-2. Again, yesterday's game in the top of the first, we saw Elijah Cook. He didn't hit the ball very well, but the wind at his back just kept drifting the ball out over the right field wall, and there was a solo home run that allowed the Comets to take an early 1-0 lead. Again, the center fielder didn't make great contact, but it just was a windy day, and the ball kept drifting. A smaller ballpark here at Palomar College. Here's the 3-2 once again. Breaking ball, fouled up into the air, but it's going to drift out of play. This will be the 10th pitch of the AB between Van Valkenburg and Dobson. On deck is Keon Sanchez, the DH for the Dons. So here's the 3-2 once again. Van Valkenburg comes set. This one hit past the third baseman. It's going to stay fair. Thomas Williams is going to score. Now Jake Long being waved around third. Mikey Rocha is going to be waved in along third as well. Here's the throw from the left fielder. Not going to be in time. It's a bases clearing double for Matthew Dobson here in the top of the first. And the Dons jump out to a 3-0 lead. So a huge at-bat there by Matthew Dobson on the 11th pitch of the at-bat. He's able to pull a double down the left field line, got all the way to the corner. And 3 runs come across. Thomas Williams, Jake Long, and Mikey Rocha. Olaso, the catcher, going to go and talk with Van Valkenburg, hoping to settle down his pitcher. Up next for the Dons is the DH Keon Sanchez. Keon Sanchez is a freshman from Canyon Crest High School. A San Diego native himself. Second on the team, hitting .350 this season. Here's the first pitch to the freshman. It's an off-speed pitch. Misses not by much. It's a 1-0 count to the DH. In the beginning of the year, the Dons were going back and forth between Sanchez and Robert Linares at the DH position. And Keon Sanchez was able to beat out the other freshman for the DH spot, and he's been the starter for the last 25 games of the season. This one misses the inner half, 2-0 the count. So a few impact freshmen in the lineup for the Dons. Jake Long, who you already saw, Keon Sanchez. You'll also see Christian Altamirano later on in the lineup, batting 9th. This one hit on the ground to third. No, it's going to be the shortstop, Halverson, ranging to his right. Not going to have enough on the throw, and so it's an infield single for Keon Sanchez as he legs out the single. Advancing to third is Dobson. It was going to be a tough play for the shortstop or the third baseman. So now, runners at the corners. Now to bring up number 18, Connor Deach. So it looks like the pitching coach for Palomar is going to come out and talk to the mound, or not talk to the mound, but talk to Van Valkenburg on the mound. The first mound visit of the afternoon for either team. It's the top of the first. Dons lead 3-0 already here. They have 5 hits in the top of the first inning. Only 1 out in the inning, and that came on a Jimmy Leon, the strikeout. Again, thanks for tuning into Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. I'm Noah Alvarez. Game number 3 of this regional finals. Dons looking to defend their 3C2A state championship by advancing to the Final Four next weekend. The only team that punched their ticket thus far is San Joaquin Delta. We'll be sure to update you guys on the other scores around the 3C2A. Saddleback and Cerritos will be taking on each other in game number 3 of their regional finals. Cerritos won yesterday to force a game 3 after Saddleback won game number 1. Those are the other 2 teams here in Southern California. And then in Northern California, it'll be West Valley and Chabot playing in their game number 3. Chabot won yesterday and come from behind fashion. So they forced a game 3 here. So that'll bring up the catcher, Connor Deach, after the mound visit. Van Valkenburg still on the mound. First pitch to Connor is on the outer half. 0-1 the count. The catcher stands at 6'3". Sophomore from Mission Viejo High School. This one misses the outer half. 1-1 the count to the catcher. One and 1 the count. Runners on first and third. Keon Sanchez at first. Dobson at third. This one does catch the bottom half of the zone. And so now it's a 1-2 count. One out in the inning. 1-2 count to the catcher, Connor. This one fouled back into the netting. Got a lot of good ABs we're seeing early on here by the Dons hitters. Home plate umpire today is Nick Spencer. Over at third base is Jordan Shepard. And at first base, Paul Graham. Those are your umpires for today. Here's the 1-2 count once again from Van Valkenburg. A check swing by Deach. Oh, they're going to say he went around. So home plate umpire Nick Spencer rules a strikeout. Connor Deach not too happy with the call, but it's out number 2 here in the top of the first. So that'll bring up the right fielder, Carson Case, a sophomore from Foothill High School. Alasso gives the signs to the infield with runners on first and third. Keon Sanchez doesn't have great speed over there at first. Does have 2 stolen bases on the season. 2 outs. This one's chopped over the first baseman, and that's going to get into right field. So 1 run's going to come across. Sanchez is now on his way to third. Case has an RBI double. So now the Dons have pushed across 4 runs here in the top of the first. It wasn't well hit, but it was a high chopper over the head of McClellan. Even if he was playing back, that would have been a tough play for the first baseman. Sanchez advances to third. So now there's 2 runners in scoring position. 4 runs have come across here. There is 2 outs in the inning, so Van Valkenburg is 1 out away. So a little break in the action, as can't see exactly what they're looking at, but looking at that left field corner, so maybe there was an object that flew onto the field. But we're about ready for play again, and that'll bring up the shortstop, Christian Altamirano. He's a freshman from Brea Olinda High School, wearing number 3, hitting from the right side. First pitch breaking ball is in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. Altamirano has come up big in a lot of postseason games for the Dons, hitting .303 entering today's game. This one a check swing, but it's a ruled strike. So it moves the count now to 0-2. Carson Case over at second base. Keon Sanchez at third. Altamirano at the plate. The Dons have sent 9 hitters to the batter's box in this inning. This one way outside, and it's an easy take for the freshman. That was the 40th pitch of the inning thrown by Van Valkenburg. Again, thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. Dons lead 4-0 here in the top of the first. Here's the 1-2. It's a breaking ball, and it catches the outer half. So Van Valkenburg gets all 3 outs via the strikeout. Home plate umpire Nick Spencer has some words to share with Christian Altamirano. He shakes his head in disagreement of the strike 3 call, but it's out number 3 nonetheless. So the Dons send 9 hitters to the plate. They get 4 runs across. They do strand 2 more in scoring position, but they have an early 4-0 lead here as we transition to the bottom of the first. So let's go ahead and get you the starting lineup for the home Palomar Comets. Batting leadoff is center fielder Elijah Cook. Batting second is Colby Raphael, the right fielder. Playing second and batting third is the second baseman Noah Lazuka. In the cleanup spot, it's catcher Makana Alaso. Batting fifth is the left fielder Anthony Pacino. In the sixth spot, it's Ryan Rivera, the DH today. Batting seventh and playing third base is Luke Matthews. In the eighth spot, it's first baseman Patrick McClellan. And batting ninth, rounding off the order for the Comets, is Ian Halverson. Again, you already saw Eric Van Valkenburg on the mound for the Comets. Pitching for the Dons today will be the man who received the save yesterday. It's Jack Meek. Jack Meek is a sophomore from Sonora High School. The Dons have a few players in this roster, or on this roster, from Sonora High School. He's a bounce back from Cal State Fullerton. He started 13 games for the Dons this year. He also made 3 appearances in relief and has 2 saves on the season. He finished with a record of 4-2 and in 64 innings. He's allowed 62 hits, 31 runs, 34 walks, and has 56 strikeouts. He finished with an ERA of 4.28. He was the Dons' number 2 starter for much of the season. The Dons have been without their number 1 starter, Brady Schrenk, for much of the year. Brady Schrenk was a freshman bounce back from the University of Hawaii. And due to an arm injury, he hasn't been as effective, especially during conference play. He saw that ERA balloon up. In his first 6 starts of the season, and granted 5 of those were non-conference starts, but in his first 6 starts of the season, he only had given up 3 earned runs. But in that outing against Irvine Valley, he had a very quick and rough outing, and the rest of the season was pretty rough for Brady Schrenk. So the Dons have had to kind of make do, and guys like Alan Huerta has had to step up in the postseason. Huerta had an incredible start yesterday, and that's why the Dons are here playing game number 3. Bottom of the first, Elijah Cook will now step into the batter's box. Again, thanks for tuning into Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. Cook wears number 11, hits from the right side. He had a homer in the top of the first yesterday, and the first pitch to him misses wide. Cook enters today's game with an average of 348. Yesterday's home run was his 6th of the season. This one misses high and wide. 2-0 the count. He has 63 hits and 181 ABs. The righty awaits the 2-0. All 3 pitches have missed by Jack Meek. Again, Jack Meek sort of struggled too towards the end of the season. Got off to a really strong start, but both him and Brady Schrenk just kind of dipped in effectiveness. The 3-0 misses, and so it's a 4-pitch walk to lead off the game. So the Comets are looking to respond with some runs of their own. Again, Jack Meek started 13 games on the season for the Dons. They still have arms like Haas Fragoso available to go a handful of innings if they need it, and if Jack Meek runs into some trouble. Meek Pitching from the third base side of the rubber, runner on first, and the first pitch to Colby Raphael is in there for a strike. The right fielder yesterday went 1 for 4 and scored a run. He also struck out twice. After that solo home run by Elijah Cook, we saw the Dons work very carefully around him yesterday. This one does catch the outer half. It says home plate umpire Nick Spencer. And so it's an 0-2 count to the right fielder. Mikey Rocha holding the runner at first. Middle infield in at double play depth. This one flared out, foul to the right side. Count remains 0-2. The last start Jack Meek made was last Friday, May 10th, against Santa Barbara City. In that start, he went 5 1/3 inning, gave up 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 4 walks, and 4 strikeouts. This one poked out into right field. Coming in is Carson Case, and he makes the catch for out number 1. So 1 out in the bottom of the first, and that'll bring up the second baseman, Noah Lazuka. Lazuka leads the team in a lot of categories, hitting .413 on the season. Yeah, .413, that's not a typo. However, he went 0 for 4 yesterday in the loss. The righty hits from the right side. Where's number 9? Breaking ball in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. Jack Meek has made 2 relief appearances in the postseason. And in fact, his last appearance in the regular season was also a relief appearance in which he picked up the save against Fullerton College. So a versatile pitcher. This one hit right to Christian Altamirano, and it's a line out for out number 2. So hard hit, but right to a defender for the Dons, and now there's quickly 2 outs after the leadoff walk. That'll bring up the catcher hitting cleanup today. Makana Alaso watches the first pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. Olaso started yesterday's game at first base, however finished the game at catcher after Troy Connor pinch hit for Carter Jorison, and Patrick McClellan came in as a defensive substitution to play first base for the remainder of the game. That was back in the 7th inning. This one misses well outside. It's a 1-1 count to the catcher. A lot of sophomores in the lineup for Palomar College, a veteran squad here. First baseman's a sophomore from Marietta Mesa High School, up the 15 freeway. Jack Meek delivers on home. It's a breaking ball that misses outside. 2-1 the count. This one fouled back into the netting, and so now it moves the count to 2-2. Meek comes set. Here's the 2-2. This one hit on the ground right to Thomas Williams, who goes to his left. Makes a strong throw over to first in time, and that's the third and final out here in the bottom of the first. So the Dons do walk the leadoff hitter. However, they strand him over at first base. Nice pitching there by Jack Meek. Again, thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. When we come back after this commercial break, it'll be 1-2-3 due up for the Dons in the top of the second.
With 138 conference championships, 25 state championships, and 6 national championships, Santa Ana College has one of the premier athletic programs in California. With your help, we will continue to provide opportunities to student athletes as they thrive in both athletics and academics. We are Santa Ana College.
Back here at Palomar College, just about ready for the top of the second inning. In case you missed it, the Dons pushed across 4 runs in the top of the first. Things all got started by a Thomas Williams single. Then Jake Long followed up with a single himself. Jimmy Leonda struck out swinging. However, Mikey Rocha hit a single that loaded the bases. Matthew Dobson had a bases clearing double. Keon Sanchez followed it up with the single. There was runners at the corners. Connor Dietz struck out. Then Carson Case chopped a double down the right field line. That scored in another run, the 4th run. And with runners on second and third, Christian Altamirano struck out looking to end the top of the first. So that's how the Dons got their 4 runs. Again, they lead 4-0. It'll be the top of the order again, due up for the Dons here. They sent 9 hitters to the plate last inning. And the first pitch to Thomas Williams is in there for a strike. 0-1 the count to the switch hitting second baseman. This one hit on the ground to left side, and not going to be able to handle it is Luke Matthews, as that one had a lot of steam on it. Let's see if they rule that one an error. Usually on a hard hit ball like that, they might give it a hit. They call it the hot corner for a reason. Left the bat with a lot of velocity. Scorekeeper hasn't given an official. Yep, they're going to give it an error. So it's an E5. Error on Luke Matthews, but reaching safe is Thomas Williams. Now that'll bring up Jake Long with the runner on first. And nobody out here in the top of the second. In the first AB of the game, Jake Long hit a single on an 0-2 count. This one in the dirt, but Alasso keeps it in front, so Williams will stay put at first. Dons led by 9th-year head coach Tom Nils. Comets led by 6th-year head coach Ben Adams. It's in there on the inner half for strike 2. These two teams met back in the postseason in 2022 in the Super Regional round. The Comets hosted the Dons and defeated the Dons in a best-of-3 series, winning 2 games out of 3. That was back in 2022. This one hit hard into right field, but that's going to drift foul by a couple of inches. So nice swing there by Jake Long. Was an off-speed pitch. However, just out in front, just a tad. If you remember last year, the Comets earned the number 1 seed in the postseason. However, were upset by East LA College. ELAC, the Huskies, defeated the Comets, and that allowed the Dons to host the regional finals, as they were able to work through that side of the bracket without playing a higher seed. Runner goes. This one is a hit and run, and it's poked out. Foul to the left side. We'll do it again, 1-2. Again, the top 4 seeds this year were Cerritos as the 1 seed, Palomar as the 2, Golden West was the 3, and LA Valley was the 4. LA Valley was eliminated by Saddleback College. Golden West was eliminated by Santa Ana. The top 2 seeds remain. This one hit into the air in left field. Pacino's going back. Camps under it in deep left field for out number 1. So last year's playoffs, a lot more wild with a lot more upsets, especially in the early rounds. That upset of Palomar last postseason by ELAC definitely helped the Dons advance all the way to the 3C2A state championship. They won 14 of their 15 postseason games. And that will bring up the center fielder, Jimmy Leon. The first pitch breaking ball misses. 1-0 the count. Thomas Williams at first. He reached via the error. There's one out in the inning. Patrick McClellan holding the runner at first base. Here's the 1-0. This one hit high up into the air, but foul. As one of the Comets bench players is looking for the previous foul ball that was hit into that brush over there, and now he'll have to look for the other one. 1-1 the count to Jimmy Leanda. He struck out swinging in his first AB. Eric Van Valkenburg got all 3 outs via the strikeout. However, he also gave up 6 singles in the inning. Ooh, there's a nice breaking ball there on the inner half. And it's a 1-2 count. On deck is the first baseman, Mikey Rocha. Move over to first, and back in standing is Williams. Jimmy Leanda primarily played left field last year for the Dons as a freshman. Batted and usually in the bottom of the order in that 7 or 8 spot. This one, ooh, very similar pitch to the last one, but didn't quite get the inner half. Tough take there for Jimmy Leanda. 2-2 count, runner on first, 1 out. Top of the second, Dons lead 4-0. Here's the 2-2. This one, oh, another close call there, but it's a 3-2 count. And trying to get Jimmy Leanda to chase something out of the zone. But the sophomore from Modern Day with good discipline here in this AB. Small lead over there at first. Here's the 3-2. This one swung on and missed. Williams was going. No one was covering second base. And now Williams going to take the round. Ooh. So home plate umpire Nick Spencer said there is batter's interference. A lasso was interfered with by Jimmy Leanda, so Thomas Williams is ruled out. So it was a strikeout for out number 2. And because of the batter's interference, Thomas Williams is also out. It's kind of an anticlimactic ending there on the runner going. So we transition to the bottom of the second. Dons still lead 4-0. Kind of a bonkers ending there to the ending, as it was looked like a hit and run with 2 strikes. However, Jimmy Leanda swung and missed at the 3-2 pitch. Thomas Williams was going, but no one covered second base. But home plate umpire Nick Spencer said that Jimmy Leanda interfered with Olasso's throw. And so the Dons are doubled off and they strike him out. I don't want to say it's a throw him out because technically it interfered with, but anyways, bonkers ending to the end, or the top of the second. Transitioning to the bottom of the second. Again, thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel.
Starting your college journey is a big step. It requires discipline and dedication while you balance your work, life, and education. At Santa Ana College, you can choose a pathway that fits into your schedule and leads you toward your personal and educational goals. Earn an associate degree, university transfer, career training, or even a bachelor's degree in occupational studies. With classes available both in person and online. Gain the professionalism and confidence you need to further yourself and your career. And become a bigger part of your community. Wrap around.
It'll be 5, 6, 7 due up in this half of the inning for the Palomar Comets. It's a first pitch strike by Jack Meek over to Anthony Pacino. The left fielder went 1 for 3 yesterday and also worked a walk. This is a breaking ball. Ooh, misses the bottom half. 1-1 the count. Pacino wears number 1, hitting from the right side. Meek comes set. Here's the 1-1. This one misses outside. 2-1 the count. Pacino enters today hitting .338 on the season, has made 40 starts for the Comets. We have some score updates from around the 3C2A. This one hit on the ground. Over to Thomas Williams, who ranges to his left from the outfield grass and makes the throw in time for out number 1. So in the other Southern California game, Saddleback has an early 5-0 lead over Cerritos. That game is in the top of the 3rd. Again, Cerritos is the home team, so they'll have the final at-bats, but Saddleback jumped out to an early 5-0 lead. Over in Northern California, West Valley also has a 5-0 lead. They're the home team, hosting Chabot College. Chabot won yesterday to force a game number 3. This one's hit on the ground. Altamirano can't get to it at short, and it's into left field. First single of the day for the Comets off the bat of Ryan Rivera. So a couple of 5-0 games, and we have a 4-0 game here. Again, those are the scores from around the 3C2A. So Ryan Rivera reaches safely at first. And then I'll bring up Luke Matthews. Luke Matthews was a tough out yesterday. Went 2 for 4 at the plate. Breaking ball misses. 1-0 the count to the third baseman. Matthews has started all 47 games on the season for the Comets. A very durable player. Again, all sophomores in the lineup, 1 through 9. All sophomores here at Palomar College. Not ruled a strike there again, so it's a 2-0 count. Both Matthews, Noah Lazuka, as well as Ian Halverson, 3 players that started all 47 games. This one hit into the air into center field. Jimmy Leonda can't get to it, and it drops for a single. So back-to-back singles here by the 6 and 7 hitters. Rivera advances to second. And now with 1 out and 2 runners on, that'll bring up the first baseman, Patrick McClellan. McClellan came in as a defensive substitution yesterday, but didn't get an at-bat. It was Troy Connor who hit for Carter Jorison back in the 8th inning. So here's the first pitch to McClellan. This one misses downstairs, 1-0 the count. And Don's working with a 4-0 lead here early on. They got 4 runs across in the top of the first. We're in the bottom of the second, 2 runners on, first and second. This one misses high and wide. 2-0 the count. Game number 1 of the weekend, McClellan did start at first base and went 0 for 5. The righty awaits the 2-0. This one hit high up into the air. Jake Long looks like he's going to have to drift back all the way to the track, getting closer to the wall, but does make the catch for out number 2. Again, sort of a small ballpark here, and that one thought it had potential to drift out over the fence. Again, we saw a home run yesterday off the bat of Elijah Cook. It wasn't very well hit, but it just kept drifting and drifting with the wind at the back. Wind blowing out towards right center at our backs here at Palomar College. This one misses inside. 1-0 the count to the shortstop, Ian Halverson. Halverson had a solo home run back in the top of the 9th inning yesterday, back when Alan Huerta was still in the game. He hit it to right center. It was a good AB by the shortstop. He was a tough out yesterday as well. Again, a very durable player for the Comets this season. Went 2 for 4 with an RBI. Again, he's one of 3 players that started all 47 games for the Comets this season. This one catches the outer half. It's strike 1. 2-1 the count. On deck is the leadoff hitter, Elijah Cook. Halverson is a sophomore from Mission Vista High School. This one misses upstairs. It's a 3-1 count. Runner on first is Luke Matthews. Runner on second is Ryan Rivera. Ian Halverson at the plate. Here's the 3-1. This one hit down the line, and that's going to stay fair. So the Comets will for sure get 1 run, potentially 2 run, as Rivera's being waved across third, and so it's a bases clearing double for Halverson, and the Comets respond with 2 runs here in the bottom of the second. So 2 RBI double for Ian Halverson. The shortstop has come up big a couple times in this playoff series. And now it'll be the top of the order, Elijah Cook. Again, he had that solo home run yesterday. And then in the very first pitch of the next at-bat, he pulled a ball over the wall, but it was about 5 feet foul. So the Dons worked very carefully around him yesterday. He also drew a walk. He did strike out, and then he did ground out as well. But Elijah Cook, tough out yesterday for the Dons. Here's the 0-1. This one is an off-speed pitch that's chopped foul off the home plate. 0-2 the count. Runner on second is Ian Halverson. 2 runs have come across. It's a 4-2 game now in the bottom of the second. Jack Meek comes set. Checks on the runner over at second. 0-2 misses wide. It's a 1-2 count now. Cook made a nice diving play in the outfield, coming in on a shallow line drive. Those line drives can be tough to read, especially from center. Here's the 1-2. This one misses downstairs, and it gets away from Connor Deach. So it's a wild pitch for Jack Meek. Connor Deach sometimes elects to go at that backhand, and he missed it entirely there. So the runner advances 90 feet to third base. That's Halverson. Now with 2 outs and a runner on third, Elijah Cook has a 2-2 count. This one misses upstairs. Try to get him with the breaking ball, but didn't have enough break to it. 3-2 the count. That's the 8th wild pitch of the season for Jack Meek. Jimmy Leanda shaded about 4 steps over towards right center. Here's the 3-2. This one misses upstairs. So they didn't want to give Elijah Cook something to hit. They'd much rather face Colby Raphael. 2 walks worked by Elijah Cook already. It looks like we're going to see the pitching coach for the Santa Ana Dons, George Carlejo. Runners on first and third, 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Pitching coach going to try and settle his sophomore pitcher down. Again, in case you missed it earlier this weekend, the Dons lost game number 1 by a score of 11-7. They were up 7-5 entering the bottom of the 8th inning, no, bottom of the 7th. But the Comets pushed across 2 in the 7th and then 4 in the 8th. That gave them an 11-7 lead. They brought in their closer, Noah Waldeck, and he got the final 6 outs for the Comets. And they defeated the Dons 11-7 in game 1 Friday. Then in game number 2, Alan Huerta was on the mound for the Dons, and he had an incredible start. Went 8 innings, only allowed 3 runs. It was kind of a scramble to get those final 3 outs, as the Dons had to use Joey Iglesias, but he hit 3 batters, loaded the bases, did get 2 outs. And they brought in Jack Meek, the starter, in today's game to get the final out of yesterday's 9th inning. Meek did throw 9 pitches. He walked the very first batter he faced and allowed a run to come in. However, he got Luke Matthews to ground out to short to end the game. Now it'll be the right fielder, Colby Raphael. They're going to throw over to third. Mikey Rocha holding the runner. Again, the defense for your Dons, Connor Deach behind the plate, Matthew Dobson at third, Christian Altamirano at short, Thomas Williams at second, and Mikey Rocha at first. We'll get you the outfield after this pitch. This one hit into the air, a line drive towards center, and Jimmy Leanda going to race in and catch it for out number 3. So nice job of pitching there by Jack Neek to get out of the inning. 2 runs do come across for the Comets. They've cut the deficit now 4-2. Again, we're here at Palomar College. It's the regional finals, game number 3. Winner of this game advances to the 3C2A state championship next weekend. We'll be right back with the top of the 3rd after this. When you get to hoist the trophy, the next season comes with a big target on your back. There isn't a man in that dugout who isn't clear on the objective. A coach who knows what it takes, sophomores who are hungry for an encore, and freshmen who want to cement their name in history. So no matter the time or the place, regardless of the adversity we may face, we don't hang our heads, we hang banners. There's no room or time for panic, because come May, we know how to create that magic. The bumps and bruises along the way may have taken a toll, but come postseason, the only thing on our mind is top of the 3rd inning here at Palomar College. It'll be 4, 5, 6 due up in this half of the order. You see the final throwdown by Makana Olaso, the catcher. Eric Van Valkenburg still on the mound. He does have 4 strikeouts in the outing, but he has given up 4 runs, 6 hits. Hasn't issued any walks. He did allow 1 base runner to get on via the error. He's thrown 54 pitches thus far. He needed 41 to get out of the 1st inning, but only needed 13 to get out of the 2nd. Big breaking ball that misses to Mikey Rocha, the first baseman. 1-0 the count. It'll be Mikey Rocha, then Matthew Dobson, and then Keon Sanchez. This one, a fastball that catches the bottom half, 1-1 the count. Rocha had a single that loaded the bases back in the top of the 1st inning. This one hit on the ground toward the shortstop. Halverson tried to make a sliding grab, and that's going to be an E6 as it kicks off his glove and goes into left field. So Mikey Rocha reaches via the error. Last inning started off with an error as well.
Number 10, 3rd baseman Matthew Dobson.
Van Valkenburg pitched last Saturday against Mount SAC in a clinching game for the Comets. He went 5 2/3 of an inning. This is a bunt laid down by Dobson, but it's fouled off home plate. 0-1 the count. In 5 2/3 inning last week, Van Valkenburg gave up 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 of which were earned. He issued 4 walks and struck out 2 batters. He did pick up the win, however, as the Comets were able to push across 12 runs against the Mount SAC Mounties. And they won that game 12-7. And that was last weekend, and the start for Eric Van Valkenburg. Here's the 1 pitch up the middle, and it's a single. Moving to 2nd is Mikey Rocha. So now runners on 1st and 2nd. First 2 runners of the inning get on board, and we'll see how long of a leash that Ben Adams gives to his pitcher. Comets were able to get 2 runs in the bottom of the 2nd and make this a closer game. 4-2 is the score. Again, winner advances to the 3C2A state championship next weekend. In steps in the DH Keon Sanchez. This one misses downstairs, big breaking ball. Sanchez had an infield single back in his first AB. Freshman from Canyon Crest High School. This one plunks Sanchez in the elbow guard, and so he will take first base. The bases are now loaded as Rocha advances to 3rd. Dobson goes to 2nd. And that'll bring up the catcher, Connor Deach. Connor Deach struck out swinging in his last AB. It was a check swing. Didn't look like Connor Deach got it that far off his shoulders, but home plate umpire Nick Spencer ruled it a full swing. Don's dugout didn't like it over there on the third base side, but it was out number 2 in the first inning. First pitch is over for a strike. Deach has started 28 games for the Dons this season. They went with the trio of catchers between Deach, Abel Castrojon, and Isaac Fernandez. This one poked down to right center, and that's going to fall for a base hit. 2 runs will come across. Elijah Cook makes a strong throw to Halverson that keeps Sanchez over there at second base, but 2 runs come across. It's back to a 4-run lead for the Dons here in the top of the third. So a 2 RBI single for Connor Deach. I was going to lead up to that. He's been seeing the ball really well in the past month or so. In the final regular season game, Connor Deach went 3 for 3 against Fullerton College. And since then, he's been on a tear. He did go 0 for 3 in that first game against El Camino, but all 3 hits were loud flyouts, two of which were caught at the very edge of the wall. Then on Saturday's victory, 17-7, Deach went 3 for 4 and had a 2-run home run. Again, Connor Deach, the sophomore catcher, coming up with a 2 RBI single, and that'll bring up the sophomore right fielder, Carson Case. Case shows bunt, gets it down on the left side. Ooh, and it just rolls foul on the third base side. Good patience there by Olaso. So 0-1 the count to the sophomore right fielder. Case went to Foothill High School. Started 43 games for the Dons this season. Shows bunt once again. The corners are going to crash. They do a spaghetti move over to second. But Keon Sanchez wasn't fooled. Nobody out. Runners on first and second here in the top of the third. Dons lead 6-2. This one goes foul into the air, and so it moves the count now to 0-2. Carson Case unable to get down a successful sacrifice bunt here. The Dons have had to play a lot more small ball this year compared to last season. Not the same power hitting team they were last year. They had 31 home runs entering today's contest. Entering the postseason last year, they had 46 as a team. This one misses high and wide. So again, Tom Nils and the coaching staff having to find a way to manufacture different runs. Van Valkenburg comes set. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Here's the 1-2. This one misses down and in. 1-2 the count. 2-2 down the count. Last year, through 51 games, the Dons scored 477 runs. This year, the Dons are currently at 48 games and have scored 396. This one hit sharply down the right field line. That's going to fall and potentially be extra bases for Carson Case. Keon Sanchez scores from second. Connor Deach gets held up at third. And it's a double for Carson Case. An RBI comes across. It's now a 7-2 game. The Dons get their 10th hit of the afternoon. They've gone 3 runs here already in the top of the third. Again, I question how long of a leash they'll give Van Valkenburg. It's now a 7-2 game. The Comets can score with the best of them as well. As a team, they hit .334 on the season and have put across 450 runs. They scored 11 in the victory Friday. They'll need their offense to wake up here early on, already trailing 7-2. This one, a first pitch swing and foul out of play by Christian Altamirano. 0-1 the count. Runners on second and third. Still nobody out here in the top of the third. From our angle here, you can kind of see the bullpen for Palomar College. No one up and warm yet. This one poked out to second base. Deach is going to score from third as they get the out at first. Lazuka makes the throw and records the out. So it's an RBI ground out for Christian Altamirano. Advancing to third is Carson Case. And the winner of this game advances to the 3C 2A state championship. The only team that has punched their ticket thus far is from the Northern California region. The San Joaquin Delta, they won yesterday. This one, a high chopper, but I think it's going to go foul as the pitcher Van Valkenburg and McClellan kind of run into each other. So we'll do it again, 0-1. Thomas Williams, 1 for 2 on the day, had a single and then reached on an error in his last AB. That was pitch number 70 by Van Valkenburg. Now you see some arms getting warm for Palomar in their bullpen. This one misses outside, 1-1 the count. And Van Valkenburg is a freshman from Torrey Pines. Carson Case over at third, infield in, on the infield grass. Here's the 1-1. This one hit into the air, well struck. Thomas Williams has his first home run of the season, and it's now a 10-2 game. The sophomore from Ocean View puts it over the right field wall. Carson Case scores, and it's a 2-run home run. Dons lead 10-2. So the Dons celebrate outside their dugout. They now have an 8-run lead. And this is game number 3 of the regional finals. Winner advances to the 3C2A state championship. Now it looks like before the first pitch to Jake Long, the pitching coach is going to make a mound visit. So this inning started off with Mikey Rocha reaching via the error on the shortstop Ian Halverson. Then Dobson followed it up with a single. Keon Sanchez was hit by a pitch. The bases were loaded and Connor Deach had a single into right center. It was a 2 RBI single. Well, looks like we'll get a new pitcher. We'll tell you a little bit more about the pitcher once we get that number. But after the Connor Deach 2 RBI single, Carson Case had a double that scored in 1 run as well. There was runners on second and third. Christian Altamirano had an RBI ground out. And then after the RBI ground out with Carson Case over at third, Thomas Williams sends a 2-run home run over the right field wall. You knew it off the bat too. It was the first home run of the season for the sophomore Thomas Williams. Great to see too, because last year Thomas Williams was a freshman and he started the first 12 games of the season for the Dons at shortstop. However, due to an injury, he had to sit out the rest of the season. He started 8 games and played in 11. And due to that injury, right before conference play, he didn't play any of the Orange Empire conference games, and he didn't play any of the postseason. So he was a member of last year's state championship team. However, he couldn't play due to an injury. It forced Mikey Rocha to step up and play shortstop as a freshman. But Thomas Williams now in his second year with the program as a sophomore, coming up big in a lot of different ways during the season and in the postseason, having a 2-run home run here in the top of the 3rd inning. The Dons have already pushed across 6 runs. They got 4 in the first, 6 here in the 3rd. They lean 10-2. And the new pitcher to tell you about for the Palomar Comets is Holden Carpenter. Carpenter pitched in Friday's win. He went 2 innings, didn't allow any runs or hits. He did issue 2 walks and struck out a batter. And they gave Van Valkenburg quite a long leash, and it might end up backfiring for the Comets. Ben Adams' squad's going to need to score a lot of runs here early on just to keep up with the Dons. Holden Carpenter wears number 23. He's a left-hander. Stands at 6'4". He's a sophomore from San Marcos High School, so not too far from Palomar College. He's made 14 appearances out of the bullpen for the Comets this season. Finished with a record of 2-1. Has worked 27 innings, given up 23 hits, 11 earned runs, 15 walks, and 34 strikeouts. Carpenter finished with an ERA of 3.62. First pitch to Jake Long, the left-handed hitting left fielder, is in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. Bases are empty. This one hit on the ground, past the shortstop, up the middle, and that's going to be a single. So the first batter that Carpenter faces, he gives up a single. That'll bring up the center fielder, Jimmy Leanda, with a runner on first and only 1 out. Jimmy Leanda has had a rough start to the game thus far. 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. He had a 2-run home run yesterday that was muscled all the way into deep center off the batter's eye. This one lined right back up the middle, and it falls into center once again. So back-to-back singles given up by Holden Carpenter. Again, it's been a fantastic start if you're rooting for the Santa Ana Dons. 10-2 is the score here. And this is game 3 of the regional finals. If the Dons win, they'll advance to the 3C2A state championship. Holden Carpenter pitching from the left side of the rubber, the third base side. Runners on first and second, 1 out. This one, a high chopper that's going to go over to second. Going to be a tough play for Lazuka. On the run, makes the throw in time. That's out number 2. So that'll bring up the third baseman, Matthew Dobson. It's now the 11th hitter to come up to bat. He had a single and came around to score earlier in this inning. First pitch from the lefty to him. This one hit down to third base. Matthews has troubles with it. He stays with it. High throw, but it's going to be an out. Patrick McClellan able to keep the foot on the bag. And so 2 ground outs here to end the inning. Good piece of pitching there by Holden Carpenter after giving up back-to-back singles. Neither of them come across to score. However, the Dons do get 6 runs across here in the top of the third and now lead 10-2. Again, thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. Bottom of the third when we come back. 3-4-5 due up for the Comets after this commercial break.
Starting your college journey is a big step. It requires discipline and dedication while you balance your work, life, and education. At Santa Ana College, you can choose a pathway that fits into your schedule and leads you toward your personal and educational goals. Earn an associate degree, university transfer, career training, or even a bachelor's degree in occupational studies. With classes available both in person and online. Gain the professionalism and confidence you need to further yourself and your career, and become a bigger part of your community. Wraparound services are available to fit your needs and provide all the necessary tools to achieve academic, personal, and career success. Start your journey at Santa Ana College. Where it leads is up to you.
Back here for the bottom of the third inning. Still plenty of game left here at Palomar College, but Dons face a big deficit. 10-2 is the score. Yes, 10-2. Again, winner of this game advances to the 3C2A state championship tournament next weekend. Entering this weekend, there was 8 more teams remaining in the playoffs in both Southern California and Northern. Only 7 teams remain, and 3 teams will be eliminated today. We have some score updates from around the 3C2A as the first pitch to Noah Lazuka misses high. Jack Meek still on the mound. Misses there again. 2-0 the count. Saddleback now up 6-0 over Cerritos College. Again, Saddleback, another Orange Empire Conference team. Both Saddleback and Santa Ana advanced to the state championship last year, as well. So it'd be a little bit of deja vu for Santa Ana and Saddleback to both get to the state championship. They lead 6-0 in the top of the fourth over Cerritos. They were the number 1 seed this year. Again, this one fouled into the parking lot down there. 2-2 the count. Nobody out, nobody on base. West Valley has a 5-0 lead over Chabot. That game's in the bottom of the 5th. This one fouled off into the netting. We'll do it again, 2-2. San Joaquin Delta, the only team to punch their ticket to the 3C2A state championship next weekend. They won yesterday, needing only 2 games to defeat Sacramento City. Here's the 2-2. Oh, it buckled him, and Lazuka goes down via the strikeout. Nice pitch there by Jack Meek. Paints the inside corner, and that's out number 1.
Number 37, catcher, Alasso.
And that'll bring up the catcher, Macano Alasso, sophomore from Murrieta de Mesa. He worked 3 walks yesterday in the loss. Again, he started yesterday at first base, and then in the 8th inning moved to catcher after a defensive substitution was made. First pitch misses, 1-0 the count. He grounded out to second in his first AB, and that ended the first inning. This one swung on and missed. Came up empty, the big right-hander. Alasso, sort of an old-school player. Doesn't use any batting gloves. You don't see that a lot nowadays. This pitch is in there for a strike as well, so it's now a 1-2 count. He had video game-like numbers this season. He hit 20 home runs and 75 RBIs. Yes, 20 home runs and 75 RBIs for the Comets this year. A big hitter in the middle of the order for the Comets. Remember, the Comets play in the Pacific Coast Athletic Conference, and while there's some competitive teams, it's not nearly as competitive as the Orange Empire Conference, so some of those stats inflated just a little bit. Here's the 2-2. This one's well hit, but right to the second baseman, and Williams makes the out for out number 2. And so that'll bring up the left fielder, Anthony Pacino, with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd. He grounded out to second in his last AB. It's been a busy day for Thomas Williams defensively and hitting the 2-run home run that came across in the top of the 3rd. First pitch to Pacino in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. This one misses upstairs. 1-1 the count. Jack Meek still on the mound, wearing number 23. A sophomore from Sonora High School. A bounce back from Cal State Fullerton. Working from the third base side of the rubber. This one, check swing, but no, they're going to peel down to first. I thought that might have been a strike regardless. They say no swing, so it's a ball. 2-1 the count. Nice breaking ball there by Jack Meek. Meek comes set. This one misses well wide. It's an easy take for Pacino. 3-1 the count. If Pacino finds a way to get on, it'll be the DH Ryan Rivera, who had a single back in the 2nd inning and came around to score. He's on deck. Here's the 3-1. This one misses down and in. So it's a walk worked by Pacino with 2 outs.
Number 25, DH, Ryan Rivera.
And so with 2 outs, it'll bring up the DH, Ryan Rivera. Pacino does have good speed, and he's an aggressive base runner. He had 19 stolen base attempts on the season, 13 of 19. First pitch misses wide, 1-0 the count. This one does catch the zone in the upper half, 1-1 the count. Yesterday, Rivera went 0 for 4 at the plate. He did have an RBI ground out and also worked a walk. The righty hits from the right side. 2-1 the count. Again, 1 through 9, all sophomores here for Palomar. Rivera is a sophomore from San Marcos High School. This one misses inside and nearly gets the leg of Rivera. 3-1 the count. Again, if you're Jack Meek and the coaching staff for Santa Ana College, you're able to give Meek a longer leash with this big lead here early in the game. This one does catch the zone. It's now a full count. Runner on first with 2 outs, and expect the runner to be in motion, so Mikey Roach is not going to hold him. Pacino at first, Ryan Rivera at the plate. Here's the 3-2. Runner goes in motion. This one's hit high into the air, but not too far. Shouldn't be a problem for Rocha. Oh, and kind of jinxed it, I guess, as it squirts away from Rocha, and that's going to be an error. An error on the first baseman. E3 advancing to third is Pacino. So Jack Meek will have to find that 4th out of the inning. A lot of tailspin on that one. And it started drifting away from Rocha. Primarily a really good fielder. As I mentioned, he had to play shortstop last year in the postseason and much of the season for the Dons. A versatile infielder. Has been a rock over there at first base for much of the season. After the error, there's runners on first and third, and that'll bring up the third baseman, Luke Matthews. He also singled in his last AB. That came in the bottom of the second. Came around to score on the double by Halverson. 0-1 the count. Ooh, there's a nice breaking ball there by Meek. No balls, 2 strikes to Luke Matthews. Matthews was a tough out yesterday, went 2 for 4. This one slapped foul out of play. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Bottom of the 3rd inning. This one hit softly into foul territory on the right side. Carson K is going to give chase. Makes a slide, but he can't come up with the ball as it hops over the wall. Nice effort there by the right fielder. But we'll do it again, 0-2. It's been the hitters at the bottom of the order that have been the toughest outs for the Dons this weekend. Ryan Rivera, Luke Matthews, and Ian Halverson have come up big in different ways, especially in the last 2 games. Here's the 0-2, swung on and fouled back again into the netting. Again, with all sophomores in the lineup, it's not an easy out in the lineup for the Palomar Comets. Still needing to produce more runs as they trail 10-2 here in the bottom of the 3rd. Jack Meek comes set. Here's the lefties 0-2. This one hit softly and foul to the third base dugout. On deck is the first baseman, Patrick McClellan. Here's the 0-2 once again. This one misses outside. Try to get him to chase. It's now a 1-2 count to the third baseman, Luke Matthews. Sophomore from Vista Marietta High School. Vista Marietta and Marietta Mesa represented here on the Palomar roster. This one, a chopper over to third base. Dobson comes up with it. On the run, can't make an accurate throw to first base. So at E5, back-to-back errors made by the Dons, and the third run comes across for Palomar. We typically see Rocha make those kind of picks. It was a tough ball in the dirt, but Rocha couldn't pick it. It skips off the glove and over into foul territory, and another run comes across. Pacino comes across to score. Rivera gets all the way to third, and going to second is Matthews. So the inning stays alive for the Comets. Jack Meek will have to record now a 5th out in the inning. This one, a breaking ball, and it was a pretty one. McClellan was trying to show bunt, but pulled it back, thinking it was going to be a ball. Gave up on it too early. And he's down now in the count 0-1. McClellan flew out to left field into deep left field at the warning track in his last AB. The lefty deals and delivers another strike. 0-2 the count. Runners on second and third, 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Dons lead 10-3. Oh, try to get him with the backdoor breaking ball. Rule the ball, says Nick Spencer, the home plate umpire for today. Here's the 1-2 from Jack Meek. This one fouled out of play. We'll do it again. 1-2. Next pitch will be number 72 for Meek. On deck is the shortstop, Ian Halverson. Breaking ball skips away from Connor Deach, but not enough for the runner at third to test it. 2-2 the count. Again, Ryan Rivera at third base. Luke Matthews at second. Jack Meek looking for this third and final out. This one swung on and missed, so Jack Meek is able to get the third out via the strikeout and sets down Patrick McClellan. So after 2 Dons errors in the inning, the Comets do get 1 run across. They now trail 10-3. Again, thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. We'll be back with the 4th inning. 6, 7, 8 due up for the Dons after this commercial break.
With 138 conference championships, 25 state championships, and 6 national championships, Santa Ana College has one of the premier athletic programs in California. With your help, we will continue to provide opportunities to student athletes as they thrive in both athletics and academics. We are Santa Ana College.
Top of the 4th inning here at Palomar College in the city of San Marcos. The Comets are in the number 2 seed. After going 30-9 this season, 30-8, excuse me. They won their first 6 straight postseason games. However, lost yesterday by a score of 5-4 and are currently trailing 10-3. Again, the winner of this game would advance to the 3C 2A state championship, so everything on the line here for both these teams. Holden Carpenter still on the mound to lead off the outing. He gave up 2 singles, however, was able to get 2 groundouts to retire the side and get those final 2 outs in the top of the third. First batter he will face here is Keon Sanchez. Again, the Dons were the number 6 seed, and I'm sure they felt some type of way after getting the number 6 seed. They were the number 1 ranked team for much of the season. However, had a little slump towards the end of the Orange Empire Conference play. Finished second in the Orange Empire Conference. 3-0 the count. But after finishing second and being ranked as the top team for much of the season, they were given the 6th seed. And so they didn't get a host of Super Regionals, but it didn't matter. They went on to defeat Golden West last weekend and eliminated the likes of Golden West and Santa Barbara City College. The 3-1 misses downstairs, and so it's a walk worked by Keon Sanchez to lead off the 4th inning. These two teams didn't meet in the regular season. However, they did scrimmage, but because it was a scrimmage, we have no idea of how that game went. That was, again, right before the regular season started. The Dons opened up with San Diego Mesa College, which is a team in the Pacific Coast Athletic Conference, along with Palomar. Palomar opened up the season with Golden West. Connor Dietz shows bunt, but it misses wide, and so he pulls it back. 1-0 the count. Palomar did do a good job of setting tough non-conference opponents in the preseason. Scheduled games against Orange Empire Conference teams like Golden West, Fullerton, and Cypress, along with Riverside City and Saddleback. This one fouled off into the netting. Good swing there by Dietz, but he'll have to straighten it out. Palomar won their first game against Golden West, but lost the second game. Then lost to Fullerton in their first contest. Defeated Orange Coast, but then lost to Orange Coast in the second meeting. In the second game against Fullerton, they lost that game as well, so they went 0-2 against Fullerton this season. Here's the 1-1. This one hit high into the air, but it's going to go foul out of play, 1-2. Then they had a game against Cypress back on February 23rd. They dropped that game, defeated Saddleback the very next day, and defeated Riverside that following Monday. Lost to Saddleback back on February 27th. So they went 1-1 to Saddleback, 0-2 to Fullerton, 1-0 against Orange Coast, 1-1 against Golden West, and 0-2 against Riverside City. This one swung on and missed by Dietz. So that's out number 1. Connor Dietz goes down via the strikeout for the second time today.
Number 5, right fielder, Carson Case.
That'll bring up the left-handed hitting Carson Case. He had a 2 RBI double. He has 2 doubles in the game now and has 3 RBIs total. Keon Sanchez over at first. First pitch, check swing, but it's ruled a strike regardless. 0-1 the count to Carson Case. Carpenter pitching from the third base side of the rubber. Keon Sanchez over at first. The lefty delivers home. It skips away from Alasso. Now advancing to second is Sanchez. So ruled out a passed ball. It wasn't in the dirt. Should have been caught there by Olasso. Carson Case 2 for 2 with 2 doubles on the afternoon. This one, another check swing, and the home plate umpire, Nick Spencer, says he went around. An easy call for the home plate umpire, and it's now a 1-2 count. On deck is the shortstop, Christian Altamirano. Carson Case down 1-2 in the count. Here's Holden Carpenter's pitch. This one misses outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dons got 4 runs in the first inning, 6 in the third. So they've really liked the odd number innings here so far in the game. Currently in the top of the 4th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner on second. Here's the 2-2 to Carson Case. This one hit softly into foul territory on the third base side. Matthews going to camp under it and make the catch for out number 2.
Number 3, shortstop Christian Altamari.
So now to bring up the freshman shortstop, Christian Altamirano. Oh for 2 on the afternoon, but he does have an RBI ground out back in the top of the 3rd. This one fouled off out of play. Beautiful day at the ballpark here at Palomar College. A lot of fans showed out both yesterday and today. It's game number 3 of the regional finals here. Again, the winner advances to the 3C2A state championship. Big hole on the right side of the infield. Christian Altamirano hits it right past Lazo. Lazuka comes up with it after a diving stop and makes the 3rd and final out. Wow. Good range there by the sophomore second baseman. And that's out number 3. So an important defensive stop there too, as a run would have came across to score. So the Dons come up empty and strand that runner at second base. They still lead 10-3. Again, thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. Let's go ahead and check on some scores quickly here from around the 3C2A. Saddleback has blown it wide open. They now lead 9-0 over Cerritos. That game is in the bottom of the 5th. And West Valley leads 7-0 over Chabot. So a lot of the games here one-sided. Santa Ana leads 10-3. Saddleback leads 9-0, and West Valley leads 7-0. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Life doesn't change overnight. It takes effort and dedication. It takes learning new skills and putting yourself and loved ones first. At Santa Ana College, you can complete a full-time accelerated online program in just 2 years. Choose a program that meets your needs and changes your educational dreams into a well-deserved reality. Building the life you want means taking a first step. Start your journey at Santa Ana College. Where it leads is up to you.
So bottom of the 4th inning, Jack Meek still on the mound. Ian Alverson leads things off. It'll be 9-1-2. First pitch skips away from the catcher, Connor Deach. Halverson has to dance out of the way to that one. It's a 2-0 count. In his last 2 at-bats, Halverson has a double and a home run. This one plunks Halverson in the front arm. And he takes the stroll on to first base. So hit by pitch to lead off the inning. Again, Halverson hit a solo home run in the top of the 9th in yesterday's game. And then hit a 2 RBI double back in the bottom of the 2nd of today's game. So seeing the ball really well. Also seeing the ball really well is Elijah Cook. He's worked 2 walks so far in the outing or in today's game. Mikey Rocha going to hold the runner at first. Jack Meek comes home with it, and it's a ball upstairs. Halverson has above average speed, not super aggressive on the base pass. 6 of 7 in stolen base attempts for the sophomore. This one catches the outer half, 1-1 the count. And Palomar, the home team today, in their cream uniforms with the cream pants. Here's the 1-1, a breaking ball hit on the ground right to Williams. Williams flips it over to Altamirano at second. He has to go back and tag the bag as it was a high flip from Williams, so they only get one out. Would have been tough to double off Elijah Cook. He has really good speed. So score that 4-6 for out number 1. And that'll bring up the right fielder, Colby Raphael. Elijah Cook also has good speed. Not super aggressive on the base pass. 8 of 10 in stolen base attempts this year. This first one misses wide to Raphael. 1-0 the count. The guy at the plate, along with Noah Lazuka, who's on deck. Those are the two aggressive base runners. Both have 17 and 16 stolen bases. This one's hit hard into left field, and that's going to be extra bases for the Comets' second baseman. This one going to bring in Elijah Cook, so one more run comes across here in the bottom of the 4th as Elijah Cook scores from first base. So Colby Raphael has an RBI double. That'll bring up Noah Lazuka. Lazuka struck out looking and lined out to the shortstop. He went 0 for 4 yesterday, so currently 0 for 6 in his last 6 ABs. Again, this is a hitter who hit .413 on the season. But again, remember, the Comets played in the Pacific Coast Athletic Conference. Not the strongest of conferences. 1-0 the count to the second baseman. A man on second base. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Breaking ball does catch the outer half. 1-1 the count. Next pitch by Jack Meek will be number 84 on the outing. This one fouled back into the netting. 1-2 the count. Jimmy Leanda shaded about 10 steps over towards right center, expecting the second baseman to hit it the opposite way. This one fouled off to the right side, out of play. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Comets have got one run across thanks to a double by Colby Raphael that plated Elijah Cook. This one, a high chopper over to Dobson at third. Dobson looks the runner back to second and makes an accurate throw to first for out number 2. And the Dons have done a really nice job of keeping Noah Lazuka off base.
Number 37, catcher Makana Olaso.
The number 3 hitter, 0 for 3 today, 0 for 4 yesterday. He did go 2 for 4 in Friday's win. He drove in an RBI and scored 2 runs. Now with 2 outs in the inning, that'll bring up the catcher, Makana Olaso. Runner's going to try and steal third, and he fouls this one off, so maybe a hit and run. Kind of a late jump there by Raphael. He is second on the team with 16 stolen bases. Lazuka leads the team with 17. The team that has 78 on the season in comparison to the Dons' 50. Meek comes set. Here's the 0-1. Oh, that one's a well-placed pitch for strike number 2. Runner on second, 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. Comets have gotten 1 run here in the inning thus far. Raphael's the runner at second. They throw over to second with Thomas Williams covering. But back in standing is Raphael. Meek comes set. Checks on the runner at second. Now he delivers home. It's a check swing by Olaso. Deach has to block this one and keeps it in front. It's a nice job there by the sophomore catcher. 1-2 the count. On deck, if the Comets are able to keep the inning alive, it's Anthony Pacino. This one hit on the ground to Dobson at third base. Long throw for the third baseman, but he makes the out. That's out number 3. So Dobson records the final 2 outs in the inning. The Dons do a nice job of limiting the damage. Again, the Dons still lead 10-4 as we head to the top of the 5th. Again, thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. It'll be the top of the order due up. 1, 2, 3, Thomas Williams, Jake Long, and Jimmy Leanda when we come back. When you get to hoist the trophy, the next season comes with a big target on your back. There isn't a man in that dugout who isn't clear on the objective. A coach who knows what it takes, sophomores who are hungry for an encore, and freshmen who want to cement their name in history. So no matter the time or the place, regardless of the adversity we may face, we don't hang our heads, we hang banners. There's no room or time for panic, because come May, we know how to create that magic. The bumps and bruises along the way may have taken a toll, but come postseason, the only thing on our mind is top of the 5th inning here at Palomar College. Game number 3 of this regional finals. The winner advances to the 3C 2A state championship, while the loser will have their season come to an end. Dons currently lead 10-4. 1, 2, 3 due up in the lineup. Thomas Williams, Jake Long, and Jimmy Leanda. Thomas Williams will lead things off, I'm sure with a big smile on his face and a lot of confidence after hitting a 2-run home run back in the top of the 3rd. It's the first home run of the season for Thomas Williams. And again, he has a pretty cool story. Again, after getting injured his freshman year, that kept him from playing during conference games and the postseason last year. As a sophomore, he's been as durable as they come. Has started 45 of the 48 games here for the Dons this season. Watches the first pitch miss down and in. Holden Carpenter still on the mound for the Comets. Has worked a clean 4th inning. Came back into the game back in the top of the 3rd. This one does catch the inner half. It's a strike. 1-1 the count. Carpenter came in relief of Eric Van Valkenburg, who gave up that 2-run home run to Thomas Williams. He gave up 2 singles right away, but was able to get 2 ground outs to get the final 2 outs of that top of the 3rd. This one hit hard into the 5-6 hole, and Halverson didn't have a play on it. It's a leadoff single for the Santa Ana Dons here in the top of the 5th. That's the 3rd hit of the afternoon for Thomas Williams, the 4th time he's reached base. That 4th time was via the error by Luke Matthews over at 3rd base. And that'll bring up the left-handed hitting left fielder Jake Long. Carpenter comes set. It's a check swing by Long, foul tipped into the glove, so it's strike 1. Long's 2 for 3 with 2 singles. He also had a solo home run yesterday that came back in the bottom of the 3rd. Small lead over there at first by Williams. This one pulled foul towards the first base dugout. 0-2 the count. Long finished yesterday 2 of 4 with an RBI and 2 runs scored. In Friday's 11-7 loss, Jake Long went 2 for 5 with 2 runs scored. Here's the 0-2 from Carpenter. This one catches the outer half, and it's ruled strike 3. Says home plate umpire Nick Spencer. Jake Long goes down looking for out number 1. So now it'll be Jimmy Leanda. He has a single and 2 strikeouts, 1 for 3 on the afternoon. He had that impressive 2-run home run yesterday, back in the bottom of the 5th inning. Remember, the Dons were the home team yesterday in game number 2 of this best-of-3 series. The Comets, as the higher seed, were awarded the home team in games 1 and 3. Game 3 if necessary, and the Dons did win yesterday 5-4 to force a game 3. Runner on first. Jimmy Leanda awaits the 1-1, fouls this back. As a freshman, Jimmy Leanda finished the season hitting .313, started 29 games for the Dons last year. Primarily played left fielder, and now they're going to throw over to first to check out on Thomas Williams. He's back in standing. He started all the postseason games, all 15 of them for the Dons last year. Dons won 14 of 15 postseason games. Jimmy Leanda did have 5 triples. He led the team in that category. Has a great speed out of the right-handed hitter's batter's box. This one pulled foul to the third base coach. 1-2. He only had 2 home runs last year, but spent a lot of time in the weight room this offseason. Leads the team with 7 home runs. Again, not as much of a power-hitting team as they were last year. After 51 games, so after the state championship tournament, they finished the season with 61 home runs. Only 31 home runs thus far in the season as a team, the Dons. Here's the 1-2 from Carpenter. Misses outside. Tough take there by Jimmy Leanda, but it's a 2-2 count. The Dons ended the regular season last year with 46 home runs, to just kind of give you a difference of how the Dons scored their runs and won their games last year. But with a lot of the sophomores on the pitching staff and in the bullpen, they were able to win more games, not producing as much runs and not relying on the home run to get runs across. Better pitching staff. About the same defensively as last year's squad. Here's the 2-2. This one fouled off out of play to the right side into the mountain side over there. We'll do it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, top of the 5th inning here. And thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. If you go off percentage-wise, the Dons are a better fielding team than they were last year. Fielding percentage of 96% in comparison to 95% last year. This one, oh, wow, looked like it clipped Jimmy Leanda, and it's ruled strike 3. So 2 strikeouts, both looking. Carpenter gets Jake Long and Jimmy Leanda. That's the 3rd strikeout of the afternoon for Jimmy Leanda, and tough call there by Nick Spencer. Now with the runner on first and 2 outs, the Dons will bring up Mikey Rocha, the first baseman. This one misses down and in. 1-0 the count. He grounded out in his last AB. He had 2 ABs back in the top of the 3rd. I thought he reached on an error, however. They gave him a single, so we'll give him a single in our book as well. It was a hard hit ball to Ian Halverson's right. He went to slide, and it skipped off his glove. This one, a high chopper over to third base. Luke Matthews has to wait patiently for it. Now makes a strong throw over to first in time to get Rocha. A ground out to the third baseman for the 3rd and final out. So it's the first odd inning where the Dons don't put up any runs. They still lead 10-4. We transition to the bottom of the 5th. Due up for the Comets in this half of the inning. It'll be 5, 6, 7. Anthony Pacino, Ryan Rivera, and then Luke Matthews. Let's go ahead and check on some score updates from around the 3C2A. Saddleback still leads 9-0 over Cerritos. That game in the top of the 7th now, moving a little faster than the game here. West Valley has an 8-2 lead over Chabot. Game in the bottom of the 6th. So still some big leads for the teams that are up right now. If the scores remain the same, it would be Saddleback, Santa Ana, West Valley, and San Joaquin Delta, the 4 teams meeting next weekend in the state championship tournament that is going to be held at Mount SAC. Again, thanks for tuning into Don's Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel.
Life doesn't change overnight. It takes effort and dedication. It takes learning new skills and putting yourself and loved ones first. At Santa Ana College, you can complete a full-time accelerated online program in just 2 years. Choose a program that meets your needs and changes your educational dreams into a well-deserved reality. Building the life you want means taking a first step. Start your journey at Santa Ana College. Where it leads is up to you.
So bottom of the 5th inning here. Anthony Pacino will lead things off for the Comets. They trail 10-4. Still plenty of time, but they're going to have to start scoring more than just 1 run at a time per inning. They scored 2 in the bottom of the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, and 1 in the 4th. The first pitch from Jack Meek, who's still on the mound, catches the zone. Next pitch will be number 90 for Jack Meek. Alan Huerta went deep into the game yesterday, pitched 124 pitches. This one, misses the inner half. Maybe a little low as well, 1-1 the count. But yeah, that final pitch count for Alan Huerta, 100. He actually made it all the way to 130. So what a performance yesterday by Alan Huerta, the sophomore from Sonora, on the mound for the Dons again today is another sophomore from Sonora, Jack Meek. Here's the 1-2. This one hit into the air into shallow right field. Coming in is Carson Case. Doesn't have a play with it as it skips away from him and falls in fair territory. Now going to second is Pacino. Williams has to make a throw all the way over from deep in the right corner, as it was in that Bermuda Triangle, you can call it, of 3 players couldn't get to it. Williams, Case, and Rocha. So just a tough break there for the Dons defense. A leadoff double. And that maybe stayed fair by a couple of inches. And that'll bring up the DH, Ryan Rivera. He's been a tough out today. 1 for 2, but he did reach on an error by Mikey Rocha. It was a pop-up into the air on the right side of the infield that just kept spinning away from Rocha, and he couldn't stay with it. So it's been a tough outing for Jack Meek, having to probably make a few more pitches than he should have. 0-1 the count to the DH. Breaking ball hit to the right side into right field. Carson Case is going to charge it and going to prevent the runner coming in to score from third. So now runners at the corners, nobody out. A double followed by a single, a bloop double, and a hard hit single. That'll bring up the third baseman, Luke Matthews. He went 2 for 4 yesterday and has a hit. 1 for 2 today, but has reached twice. The second time coming on the error. And now George Carlejo will go ahead and take the stroll to the mound, as the entire infield, along with pitcher Jack Meek, will be on the mound, maybe just trying to settle in his sophomore. They lead 10-4. Again, Saddleback leads 9-0 in their game. West Valley leads 8-2 in their game. San Joaquin Delta clinched yesterday with a win over Sacramento City, and wow, they're going to make a pitching change. So that'll be the end of the day for Jack Meek. After 93 pitches, He works 4 clean innings. However, he's responsible for the 2 runners on base, runners at the corners, Anthony Pacino at third, Ryan Rivera at first. So to be a new pitcher to tell you about, wearing number 22, it's another sophomore, David Solowski. And we'll tell you a little bit more about Solowski after this quick commercial break. When you get to hoist the trophy, the next season comes with a big target on your back. There isn't a man in that dugout who isn't clear on the objective. A coach who knows what it takes, sophomores who are hungry for an encore, and freshmen who want to cement their name in history. So no matter the time or the place, regardless of the adversity we may face, we don't hang our heads, we hang banners. There's no room or time for panic, because come May, we know how to create that magic. The bumps and bruises along the way may have taken a toll, but come postseason, the only thing on our mind is. So on the mound here in the bottom of the 5th now for the Dons, taking over for Jack Meek. Wearing number 22, it's a sophomore right-hander, David Solowski. The sophomore is from Orange High School. This will be his 8th appearance out of the bullpen for the Dons this season. Hasn't been used as much as he was during his freshman year. Wasn't as effective as his freshman year either. Did throw 11 innings on the season, gave up 11 hits, 6 runs came across, has issued 4 walks along with 7 strikeouts. Finished with an ERA just above 5.06 as a freshman. Solowski appeared in 14 games, finished with an ERA of 3.92, struck out 19 batters in 20 innings of work, gave up only 14 hits and 9 earned runs. So again, a little bit more effective as a freshman. Hasn't been given the call as much this year as a sophomore out of the bullpen. Again, you can maybe credit that to some stronger starters for the Dons this season. Early on, especially in the year, guys like Brady Schrank and Jack Meek, along with Jackson Andeal, will go deep into the game, so there wasn't a need for as many relievers. If there was, Dons would toss it over to their top guys like Joey Iglesias or C.J. Brown to close things out in the 8th or 9th inning. But both Rocco Garola and David Solowski were members of the team last year. Came up big for the Dons as freshmen, so they have that veteran experience and that veteran presence. Solowski will now be set to face Luke Matthews, the right-handed hitting third baseman. Runners at the corners, Pacino at third, Rivera at first. Here's the first pitch from Solowski. First pitch misses upstairs, 1-0 the count. And you hear more noise coming from the Palomar dugout over on the first base side. Trying to spark a rally here in the bottom of the 5th. They trail 10-4. This one hit into shallow center field. Jimmy Leon going to come in. Shouldn't be deep enough. They're going to just bluff the runner going in from third as it one hops to Deach. And so that's the first out. Solowski's able to get Luke Matthews to fly out to shallow center. Not deep enough for Anthony Pacino to test it. So now the next batter will be Patrick McClellan. He's 0 for 2 on the afternoon, had a loud fly out to deep left field back in the bottom of the 2nd, then struck out swinging in the 3rd. Solowski pitches from the first base side of the rubber. This one runs into the right-handed hitter. 1-1 the count. 1-0 the count. The defense for the Dons, Connor Deach behind the plate, Dobson at third, Altamirano at short, Williams at second, and Rocha at first. We'll get you the outfield after this pitch. This one, ooh, didn't miss the zone by much. It's a 2-0 count. In the outfield, it's Jake Long in left, Jimmy Leonda in center, and Carson Case in right field. Mikey Rocha's holding the runner at first. Here's the 2-0 from Solowski. This one also runs into McClellan. 3-0 the count. On deck is the shortstop Ian Halverson. This one catches the lower inner quadrant. 3-1 the count to the Comets' first baseman. He's 0 for 5 on Friday, 0 for 2 today, 0 for 7 in the regional final series. This one hit on the ground but foul towards the third base side, and we'll do it again. Count is now full. We'll see if they decide to send that runner over at first base. That's Ryan Rivera. He only has 1 stolen base on the season. Three balls, 2 strikes. David Solowski on the mound. Here's the 3-2. This one on the in. Oh, no, missed the inner half. Solowski throws his hands up in frustration. He'll have to regain his composure here as Nick Spencer responds to some of the chirping there by the third base dugout. Tough call there by Nick Spencer, the home plate umpire. The bases are now loaded. Ryan Rivera moves to second. McClellan over at first, and here's a very dangerous hitter in Ian Halverson. He was hit by a pitch in his last AB, and he's probably seen the ball the best the last 2 days for the Comets. This one, chopped foul towards the third base side. In 2 of his last 3 ABs, he has a solo home run, a 2 RBI double, and then he was hit by a pitch. He finished yesterday's game going 2 of 4. Sophomore, wearing number 8, hitting from the right side, has that interesting batting stance. This one hit on the ground again towards the third base side and nearly clips the runner over there, Pacino. But we'll do it again now, 0-2. Halverson's a sophomore from Mission Vista High School. Here's the 0-2 from Solowski. This one hit into shallow center, and that's going to fall for a base hit. Jimmy Leon, the Chargers, makes a strong throw, and so only 1 run will come across, but the other runners move 90 feet. Rivera to third, McClellan to second, and Halverson has an RBI single, his 3rd RBI of the afternoon. The Comets have pushed across 1 run here in the 5th inning. They now trail 10-5. And the Comets aren't going to go down without a fight. They were the number 2 seed here in the postseason this year. This one hit into center field, shallow center field. Dimian is going to race forward. He can't come up with the grab. And it's back-to-back singles into shallow center for the Comets. Again, the runners had to wait patiently because it looked like it was going to be caught. Had someone been covering second base, Jimmy Leanda could have thrown over to second and gotten a force out. Patrick McClellan goes to third, Halverson to second. Elijah Cook over at first. It's 10-6 now. Things getting a little interesting here. That'll be Colby Raphael. Right fielder waits the first pitch. This one nubbed out to the third baseman, Dobson. Dobson fires on home. He has his foot on the bag and records the 2nd out of the inning. Again, Dobson kind of double clutched on that one and made it a tougher play for Deach. McClellan slid feet first into Connor Deach, but he was able to keep his foot on the bag and the ball in the glove. So really that a fielder's choice as Raphael does get aboard on first. 5-2 on the put out for out number 2. This one plunks Lazuka, and so he gets hit on the shoulder. An RBI is awarded to him. As a run does come across, it's now a 10-7 game. Cook goes to third base, and Rafael goes to second. Halverson scores on the hit by pitch. Again, this inning started by Anthony Pachito. He led the team off with a double. Ryan Rivera followed it up with a single. Luke Matthews flew out to center. However, it was back-to-back bloop singles into shallow center. Now it looks like the training staff is going to go check on Noah Lazuka. The sophomore second baseman getting looked at over by first base. And 3 runs have come across here in the bottom of the 5th. Dons might have to get more insurance runs than just 10 here. Again, it's a win or go home for both these teams here in the 3C2A regional finals. The winner advances to the 3C2A state championship tournament next weekend. Again, they're taking a long look at Lazuka. He's been one of the more durable players here for the Comets. Both he, Halverson, along with Luke Matthews, have started all 47 games for the Comets this year. Now Caralejo is going to go and talk to his pitcher along with the rest of the infield. Could potentially be the end of David Solowski's outing. He came into the game with nobody out and runners on first and third. Now it's a new arm to tell you about. So again, all hands on deck here. Solowski didn't do a bad job. He threw strikes. He did hit a batter right there to end his outing. He was able to get 2 outs. So the man tasked with getting the final out. Once we see the number, we'll go ahead and relay that to you. As George Caralejo talks to the infield and his new pitcher. Looks like it's number 30. And if it is number 30, that's Haas Fregoso. So again, bases will be loaded. Elijah Cook will be at third. Colby Rafael will be at second. And Noah Lazuka will be at first. It is Haas Fregoso wearing number 30. We'll tell you a little bit more about the new pitcher when we come back after this commercial break.
Starting your college journey is a big step. It requires discipline and dedication while you balance your work, life, and education. At Santa Ana College, you can choose a pathway that fits into your schedule and leads you toward your personal and educational goals. Earn an associate degree, university transfer, career training, or even a bachelor's degree in occupational studies. With classes available both in person and online. Gain the professionalism and confidence you need to further yourself and your career, and become a bigger part of your community. Wraparound services are available to fit your needs and provide all the necessary tools to achieve academic, personal, and career success. Start your journey at Santa Ana College. Where it leads is up to you.
So the new pitcher to tell you about for the Santa Ana Dons as he comes in here into the bottom of the 5th. Dons still lead 10-7. Wearing number 30, it's the right-hander from Warren High School, Haas Fregoso. Haas Fregoso also has an interesting journey here at Santa Ana College. Last year was the number 2 starter for the Dons much of the regular season. And then in the playoffs, he emerged as the number 1 starter, was the ace that would start a lot of game 1s in the postseason last year. We can get some statistics from last year for you later in the outing. But Haas primarily was used as a reliever this season. He made 18 appearances, only 5 starts, so 13 were out of the relief. This is his 14th appearance out of the bullpen for the Dons, and he's actually more effective out of the bullpen. He's able to ramp up more on the velocity. He also has some wicked spin on his breaking balls. He finished with an ERA of 5.72, so wasn't as effective, especially in the playoffs. It's kind of sad to see after having an electric freshman year last year for the Dons in the postseason. But it'd be a cool moment here for Fragoso to have a big playoff moment in the regional finals. First pitch misses to Olaso, not by much. It's a 1-0 count. So Olaso will be the 9th man to hit here in the inning. Anthony Pacina, who started off the inning, is on deck. Olaso, 0 for 2. This one misses upstairs. 2-0 the count. This one does catch the outer half, and you see that zip on the fastball by Haas Fragoso there. 2-1 the count. And he's a sophomore from Warren High School. Both he and Robert Linares coming from Warren. Here's the 2-1. This one misses up and in. 3-1 the count. Nowhere to put the power hitting catcher. On deck is the left fielder Anthony Pacino. This one fouled off into the netting, out of play. So now it's a full count. With 2 outs, the runners will be in motion. Makana Olaso versus Haas Fragoso. Bottom of the 5th. 3-2 misses well upstairs, and it's a walk, an easy take for Olaso. Olaso having some words with his left fielder, Anthony Pacino. Elijah Cook comes in to score. It's now a 10-8 game. You didn't think this game was going to have no drama, did you? So Olaso's at first, Lazuka's at second, and Rafael's over at third. Haas Fragoso will have a new count with Pacino. Second at bat here in the inning. First pitch is over for a strike. 0-1 the count. Chino started off this inning with a double, came around to score. This one hit high up into the air. It's not going to leave the infield. Dobson going to call everyone off and make the catch. It's out number 3. So finally, the Dons do record that third and final out. However, 4 runs come across here in the bottom of the 5th, and we have a much tighter game. 10-8 is the score. Again, Haas Fragoso able to get that third and final out in dramatic fashion. 4 runs come across here in the bottom of the 5th. We turn it over to the top of the 6th. Dons lead 10-8. It'll be 5, 6, 7 due up. Matthew Dobson, Keon Sanchez, and Connor Deach when we come back. When you get to hoist the trophy, the next season comes with a big target on your back. There isn't a man in that dugout who isn't clear on the objective. A coach who knows what it takes, sophomores who are hungry for an encore, and freshmen who want to cement their name in history. So no matter the time or the place, regardless of the adversity we may face, we don't hang our heads, we hang banners. There's no room or time for panic, because come May, we know how to create that magic. The bumps and bruises along the way may have taken a toll, but come postseason, the only thing on our mind is top of the 6th inning here, and the Dons are going to need some more insurance runs as they lead now 10-8. They saw their once 8-run lead now trimmed down to 2. The Comets got 1 run in the 3rd, 1 run on the 4th, and they got 4 runs across here in the bottom of the 5th. Of the 4 runs, 2 of them were charged to Jack Meek. Another 2 were charged to David Solowski, and Haas Fragoso was able to get the final and 3rd out of the bottom of the 5th inning. Now the top of the 6th, Matthew Dobson leading things off. Again, an important sophomore here in the lineup for the Dons. He was a freshman last year, had a lot of key moments in the postseason for the Dons. As this one misses down and in. Holden Carpenter still on the mound. 1-0 the count. Currently at 39 pitches after this next one is Carpenter, sophomore from San Marcos High School, pitching from the third base side of the rubber. This one does catch the outer half. 1-1 the count. It was Eric Van Valkenburg who started the game off for the Comets. This one hit on the ground sharply over to third. Luke Matthews has to backhand it, has to make an incredible throw, and he does. What a pick there over by Eric McClellan at first. And that wakes up the home crowd here. They have a lot more to cheer about now that it's a 10-8 game. And are a little bit more awake here in this game now. And something that the Dons didn't want to allow. So great play over there at third base by Luke Matthews, having to work backwards towards the outfield, making a backhand play and a strong throw. Good pick over there at first by Eric McClellan. That'll bring up Keon Sanchez. Keon Sanchez watches the first pitch, fastball in there for a strike, 0-1 the count. Sanchez drew a walk in his last AB, was hit by a pitch in the third inning, and then had a single back in the first. Dons got 4 in the first, 6 in the third. So it looks like there is a pitch clock violation. Again, I think it'll be next year that all teams here, even at the 3C2A level, will have to have a pitch clock. Right now it's one of the umpires keeping track of the pitch clock on his watch. And because Holden Carpenter held onto the ball too long before delivering home, it's a ball, ruled a ball. So it's now a 1-1 count after the pitch clock violation. The first time we've seen that here this season, or that I've seen that here this season. Again, they're instilling the pitch clock at all levels of baseball, or at least at all college and professional levels. This one misses down and in, so now it's a 2-1 count, even though Carpenter's only thrown 2 pitches. Third base umpire Jordan Shepard made the call. Home plate umpire today is Nick Spencer, and over at first base it's Paul Graham. Dons lead 10-8 here in the top of the 6th, 1 out. 2-1 count to Keon Sanchez. Half swing, no swing, and it's ruled a ball. 3-1 the count. Sanchez yesterday went 1 for 3 in the 5-4 win for the Dons. This one, oh, catches the bottom half. Sanchez threw the bat thinking it was ball 4, but it's now a full count. Holden Carpenter on the mound, the lefty. Keon Sanchez in the batter's box. Awaiting the 3-2, nobody on base, 1 out. This one catches the bottom half, and it's strike 3. So Holden Carpenter gets Keon Sanchez to go down looking. Now to bring up the catcher, Connor Deach. Let's reset the defense for you for the Comets. It's Makana Alaso at behind home plate. Luke Matthews at third. Ian Halverson at short. Noah Lazuka remains in the game at second. He got hit by a pitch back in the bottom of the 5th. And Eric McClellan over there at first base. First pitch to Connor Deach. Swung on, hit hard down the left field line. That's going to be good if it stays fair. Off the wall, and it'll be a 2-out double for Connor Deach. So good piece of hitting there by the catcher. He keeps the inning alive, and that'll send it to the number 8 hitter, Carson Case. A lefty-on-lefty matchup. First pitch swinging there is Connor Deach. And he has a 2-out double here in the top of the 6th. In the outfield, it's Anthony Pacino in left, Elijah Cook in center, and Colby Raphael in right field. Carson Case awaits the first pitch. Misses the bottom half. Sort of an inconsistent zone here by home plate umpire Nick Spencer. We've seen that same pitch be called a strike at other points of the game. 1-0 the count, runner on second. This one a breaking ball in there for a strike. 1-1 the count. Carson Case, 2 for 3 on the afternoon. He has 2 doubles, 2 RBIs. He also popped up to third base in foul territory. Dons are going to need some insurance runs here as they lead 10-8. This one swung on and missed, an off-speed pitch that Case wasn't expecting there. So now moves the count to 1-2. Trying to extend the inning. Christian Altamirano is on deck and would get to bat next if the Dons are able to keep the inning alive. Here's the 1-2. Hit into the air into shallow right field. It'll be the first baseman, McClellan. Only goes back into the outfield grass about 3 steps or so and makes the catch for out number 3. So again, it feels like there's some momentum on the Palomar side now. After getting 1 run in the 3rd, 1 run in the 4th, and 4 runs in the 5th, we move to the bottom of the 6th inning. Haas Fregoso will still be on the mound for the Dons. 6, 7, 8 due up for the Comets in this half. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
With 138 conference championships, 25 state championships, and 6 national championships, Santa Ana College has one of the premier athletic programs in California. With your help, we will continue to provide opportunities to student athletes as they thrive in both athletics and academics. We are Santa Ana College.
So to be Haas Fregoso still on the mound for the Santa Ana Dons. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, the Dons lead 10-8. They scored 4 runs in the 1st, 6 runs in the 3rd, all off the starter, Eric Van Valkenburg, but haven't been able to score off Holden Carpenter. Comets do have a pretty nice bullpen. Comets got 2 runs in the 2nd, 1 run in the 3rd and the 4th, and then 4 runs in the 5th. That's how we have our 10-8 score here in the bottom of the 6th. It'll be 6, 7, 8 due up here in this half of the inning.
Number 25, DH, Ryan Rivera.
Last year, Haas Fregoso emerged as the ace for the team as a freshman. However, this year has primarily been used out of the bullpen. Hasn't been effective in the postseason this year. This one's poked out to the right side, but it's going to go foul out of play. 0-1 the count to Ryan Rivera, who will lead things off. It's been a rough couple of postseason outings for Haas Fregoso. Both have come via the start. This is the first relief appearance of the postseason. This pitch is over for a strike as well, 0 for 2. Haas Fregoso does have some pretty nasty stuff. One of the nastier pitches you'll see here on the Santa Ana pitching staff. Has some big breaking balls, good velocity fastballs. Here's the 0-2. Weekly hit to Dobson over there. He has to range over to his right. Deep throw for the third baseman, but makes it in time. 5-3. So the third baseman trading nice plays as we saw Luke Matthews, the third baseman for the Comets, make a similar play in the top of the 6th. Now to be Luke Matthews to hit with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. But in 2 starts this postseason, Haas Fregoso has only gone 2 innings. He's given up 5 hits. He's given up 8 runs, 6 of which have been earned, while walking 3 batters and only recording 1 strikeout. He started game number 2 of that series against El Camino and gave up 2 runs and only recorded 1 out. This one's hit on the ground over to Altamirano at short. The freshman from Brea records the 2nd out. So 4 pitches and 2 quick outs for Haas Fregoso. Just what you needed here if you're head coach Tom Nils and the rest of the coaching staff here at Santa Ana College. But again, in that El Camino start, Haas Fregoso really struggled, only recorded 1 out. The defense didn't help him as there was 2 errors made by the defense for the Dons. Then against the Santa Barbara City Vaqueros, as this is a bunt placed down. It'll be Connor Deach, who slides to his knees, tries to make the throw to first, and it's not going to be in time as it skips away from Rocha. It would have been a very tough athletic play for Deach to make. Ruled out an infield single for Patrick McClellan. But again, in that opening game against the Vaqueros in the Super Regionals, Haas Fregoso was only able to record 5 outs, 1 2/3 of an inning, gave up 4 hits, 6 runs, all of which were earned, and only walked 1 batter. He was recorded or given the loss in that opening game to the Vaqueros last weekend. This one misses upstairs to Ian Halverson, 1-0 the count. If there's one guy in the lineup I wouldn't want to pitch to, it's Ian Halverson. He's been seeing the ball extremely well in this game and at the end of last game. This one misses the bottom half, 2-0 the count. Runner on first is Patrick McClellan. He laid down that drag bunt. So he does have some pretty good speed. Only 2 stolen bases on the season for McClellan. Small lead over there at first. This also misses downstairs, and these aren't missing by much. But they are balls regardless. Top of the order on deck, Elijah Cook. This one catches the inner half. 3-1 the count. Ian Halverson at the plate. Haas Fregoso on the mound. The righty pitching from the first base side of the rubber. Here's the 3-1. This one hit onto the ground over to short. Altamirano flips it the short way to Williams at second. And so the Dons get that 3rd out. 6-4 for out number 3. We're going to transition now to the top of the 7th. Palomar down to their final 9 outs. And thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel.
With 138 conference championships, 25 state championships, and 6 national championships, Santa Ana College has one of the premier athletic programs in California. With your help, we will continue to provide opportunities to student athletes as they thrive in both athletics and academics. We are Santa Ana College.
So a new pitcher to tell you about coming into the game here in the top of the 7th. Leading things off for the Dons, it'll be Christian Altamirano, 9-1-2 due up here in this half of the inning. But the new pitcher to tell you about, it's a righty from Palomar College. Wearing number 16, it's Nathaniel Helton. He pitched yesterday, pitched 2 innings, gave up 1 hit, issued 1 walk, and struck out 1 batter. He did throw 26 pitches in the loss, but he did a nice job of keeping the Dons bats at bay. We'll see how effective he is on his second day in a row of pitching. So that means the day is done for Holden Carpenter. He did a really good job of coming into the game back in the third inning and limiting the damage. Didn't allow a run to come across in the third, fourth, fifth, or sixth inning. So again, 9-1-2 dub in this half of the inning. Nathaniel Helton on the mound. He's a sophomore right-hander. From Heritage High School, from the town of Menifee. Christian Altamirano, freshman from Brea Linda High School, will be the first man he faces. First pitch misses outside. 1-0 the count. This one hit into the air, into right center. Can Elijah Cook get to it? It's drifting away from him. He makes a layout grab as he slides and records the first out. Wow, what a play by Elijah Cook. My goodness. A lot of range there by the center fielder. We saw him make an impressive catch yesterday, but that one was by far the most impressive defensive play we've seen this weekend, as the pitcher Nathaniel Helton tips his cap to his center fielder. I think most of the center fielders probably don't get to that in the 3C2A. Jimmy Deonda probably gets to it. We're seeing two really good center fielders in action here in the regional finals. I had a question on whether Nathaniel Helton could pitch on back-to-back days. He did that once earlier this season. That was back on February 16th and 17th. He pitched one inning against LA Valley, and on the next day he pitched one inning against Orange Coast. But that's the last time he did it. This one does catch the outer half to Thomas Williams. A first pitch strike to the second baseman. He's been a tough out for the Comets today. 3 for 4, has 2 singles, and has a 2-run home run. He hit that 2-run home run left-handed. It's tough to tell if he's a better hitter left-handed or right-handed. He gets more opportunities left-handed because of all the righties he faces. But he did hit his first home run as a left-handed hitter, so I'm sure he'll tell people that he's better as a lefty now. 1-1 the count, 1 out, nobody on base. Thomas Williams awaits the 1-1. This one slapped foul out of play. 1-2. So Nathaniel Helton in relief on back-to-back days for the first time since February 16th, 17th. He pitched 2 innings yesterday through 24 pitches, so not a whole lot. The top of the 7th. 10-8 is the score. This one catches the bottom half of the zone. Ruled strike 3, says Nick Spencer. And Thomas Williams has a long and frustrated look at the home plate umpire. And we mentioned it a little earlier, it's sort of been an inconsistent zone. We've seen that same pitch be called a strike, but then also a ball, then a strike again, and then a ball. This time it's ruled a strike, as Nick Spencer has some words with the third base dugout. I'm sure Tom Nils and the coaching staff isn't too happy after that strike 3 call. You never want to see a home plate umpire take away the bat or take the bat out of the hand of the hitters. But now it's the first pitch to Jake Long. He hits this one into left field. Coming in is Pacino, and he makes the catch for out number 3. So the Dons go down 1-2-3. You got to tip your cap after an impressive center field catch made by Elijah Cook. That got the inning started. Thomas Williams struck out looking, and Jake Long flew out to left. We transition to the bottom of the 7th. Final 9 outs for the Comets. It'll be 1-2-3 due up in this half of the inning. Again, thanks for tuning in to Don's Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel.
Starting your college journey is a big step. It requires discipline and dedication while you balance your work, life, and education. At Santa Ana College, You can choose a pathway that fits into your schedule and leads you toward your personal and educational goals. Earn an associate degree, university transfer, career training, or even a bachelor's degree in occupational studies. With classes available both in person and online. Gain the professionalism and confidence you need to further yourself and your career, and become a bigger part of your community. Wraparound services are available to fit your needs and provide all the necessary tools to achieve academic, personal, and career success. Start your journey at Santa Ana College. Where it leads is up to you.
Leading on left fielder number 11, Elijah Cook.
So it's still Haas Fregoso on the mound here in the bottom of the 7th. Dons lead 10-8. Elijah Cook, who just made that incredible catch back in the top of the 7th to start that inning off. Swings through a fastball and foul tips it into the glove. He had a solo home run back in the top of the 1st yesterday, and it was a weird call too. From our angle at the broadcast, it looked like it was just going to be a lazy fly ball to sort of deep right field, but it just kept carrying and carrying. The wind blowing out towards right field yesterday, and it's blowing out towards right center today. He's down quickly 0-2. But yeah, that's how the game started off yesterday, as the Comets were the away team. They were in their pink uniforms, and Elijah Cook hit a solo home run to lead the game off. Here's the 0-2 from Fregoso. This one misses in the dirt. Try to get Cook to chase. 1-2-3 due up. Colby Raphael and then Noah Lazuko will also come to bat in this inning. This one hit into the air, into center. Jimmy Leanda going to go back, but only a few steps near the track and makes the catch for out number 1. Elijah Cook thought he got a hold of that one. He hit it to one of the deeper parts of the ballpark. Again, it's sort of a small ballpark here at Palomar College. Only 320 down the line, both in left field and right field. 400 to deep center. Last weekend we were at Golden West, a much different ballpark, a huge outfield. 415 to deep center. It was 395 to right and left center. This one, ooh, misses upstairs. So a first pitch ball to Colby Raphael. Wearing number 2, the right fielder, hitting from the right side. This one spiked in the dirt. 2-0 the count. Raphael's a sophomore from Vista High School. First pitch is in there for a strike. Well, that's the first strike of the AB. 2-1 the count. Raphael hit into a fielder's choice in his last AB, then had an RBI double back in the 4th. So Nick Spencer having some words with Tom Nils. As again, there was some chirping from the third base dugout. And Nick Spencer hoping for Tom Nils, or addressing to Tom Nils, has to keep his dugout under control, quote unquote. These umpires are from the Pacific Coast Athletic Conference. Nick Spencer behind the plate, Jordan Shepard at third, Paul Graham over at first base. A 2-1 count. This one hit into right field, but going to be right to Carson Case, as he only has to go back a few steps, and that's out number 2. Again, something must have been said out of that third base dugout that Nick Spencer wasn't a fan of. He's had an inconsistent zone for both teams today, as both dugouts have had gripes with home plate umpire Nick Spencer today. It'll be Noah Lazuka It's good to see him still in the game. This one's hard hit towards right field. Carson Case going to have to go back. Still going back and makes the catch at the track. So a line out right to the right fielder. And the Comets go down 1-2-3. So a very effective outing or inning there by Haas Fragoso. Comets are down to their final 6 outs. Transitioning to the top of the 8th. 3, 4, 5 due up. The trio of sophomores that we like to talk about here. Jimmy Leanda, Mikey Rocha, and Matthew Dobson when we come back.
With 138 conference championships, 25 state championships, and 6 national championships, Santa Ana College has one of the premier athletic programs in California. With your help, we will continue to provide opportunities to student athletes as they thrive in both athletics and academics. We are Santa Ana College.
So a new pitcher to tell you about, and again, this is a win or go home for both teams. So the Comets are going to bring out their best arm out of the bullpen. It's Noah Waldeck.
Jolie takes away 240.
Noah Waldeck is a freshman right-hander from Oceanside.
Looks like Noah's going out to dinner.
Went to Tri-City Christian High School. He leads the team on the season. Actually, he's second on the team with 2 saves. However, he leads the team in ERA, has an incredible ERA of 1.13. Yes, 1.13. He's made now 15 appearances for the Comets this year. In 24 innings of work, he's given up only 12 hits, 3 earned runs, has issued 8 walks, and has 37 strikeouts in 24 innings. Again, the freshman from Tri-City Christian. First pitch to Jimmy Leanda, a sharp, looked like a slider in there for a strike, 0-1. Jimmy Leanda will be the first batter he faces. 3 tough sophomores here in the top of the 8th due up. This one plunks Jimmy Leanda, and so that's how the top of the 8th gets started. Not the guy you want on base, as he has incredible speed, arguably the fastest player, or one of the fastest players here on this Dons roster. It's Makano Alaso behind the plate, Luke Matthews still at third, Ian Halverson at short, Noah Lazuka at second, and Patrick McClellan at first. In the outfield, it's Anthony Bacino in left, Elijah Cook in center, and Colby Raphael rounding out the defense for the Comets. Mikey Rocha now will step into the batter's box. This one in there on the inner half for a strike. Rocha is 2 for 4 on the afternoon. He had 2 singles in his first 2 ABs, but has grounded out twice in his last 2 ABs. Jimmy Leanda, pretty good size lead over there at first. Waldeck comes set. Again, good velocity on those fastballs. Waldeck pitched 2 innings in relief in Friday's game. Only gave up 1 hit, 2 walks, and had a strikeout. This one, oh, misses the outside. A tough take there by Mikey Rocha. A very seasoned hitter in Mikey Rocha. Entered today's game hitting .347. Again, he's 2 for 4 out of the day, so he'll see that batting average go up. Runner on first, nobody out. This one hit on the ground towards, no, it's going to go through the 5-6 hole and into left field. So it's a hit by pitch followed by a single. And now there's runners on first and second. Again, Noah Waldeck, one of the better arms in the bullpen for Palomar College. We still haven't seen a guy like Lucas Smith. He leads the team with 19 appearances all out of the bullpen and 4 saves on the year. But Noah Waldeck right up there with one of the better arms out of the bullpen. That'll bring up Matthew Dobson. His last 2 ABs have been 2 groundouts. He had a double, a bases clearing double back in the top of the first, and then had a single back in the 3rd inning. It's going to be a mound visit between the Comets pitching coach. And this is the first inning of work we're seeing of Noah Waldeck here today. He pitched 2 innings in Friday's game. We have some final scores from around the 3C2A. One of the games went final as West Valley defeated Chabot College. That was in the Northern California region. So the 2 teams from Northern California are set. West Valley and San Joaquin Delta are the 2 teams that will be representing the North in the 3C2A state championship at Mount SAC College next weekend. Saddleback currently has a 9-2 lead over Cerritos. In the bottom of the 9th, the Cerritos Falcons were the number 1 seed. However, the Saddleback Bobcats are another tough Orange Empire Conference team and are 3 outs away from winning that game and going to the 3C2A state tournament in back-to-back years. Here's the first pitch. Now we're going to have to wait the first pitch as it's a move over to second. Jimmy Leanda over at second. Mikey Rocha at first. Dobson at the plate. Dobson shows bunt, tries to get it down the 3rd base line, but it's going to go foul. Dobson does have 2 sacrifice bunts on the season. He's hit in the 5 spot for much of the year. Pulls back the bunt after this pitch is in the dirt. 1-1 the count. Nobody out, runners on first and second. Pace of the game has slowed down here a little bit with Noah Waldeck on the mound here in the top of the 8th. Kian Sanchez is on deck. Dobson shows bunt, gets it down the 3rd base side. It's going to be Luke Matthews who runs in, and McClellan makes an incredible play to keep his foot on the bag. First base coach for Santa Ana College not too happy with that one, as it was actually Noah Lazuka who was on the bag. McClellan was crashing on the bunt, and now Tom Nils wants to chat with the first base umpire, Paul Graham. Again, because the first baseman was crashing, Noah Lazuka had to make a tough play, and it was an athletic move as the throw by Luke Matthews was over towards foul territory. So now the umpires are all going to get together and chat and see if one guy had a better angle to maybe change the call. We typically don't see a lot of calls get overturned here at the 3C2A level. There's no instant replay. So usually calls are final, but they will chat about it. Again, Nick Spencer behind home plate. Jordan Shepard at 3rd and Paul Graham at 1st, all having a chat near the mound. If the sacrifice bunt, or if the call stays true, it'll be 1 out of the inning with runners on 2nd and 3rd. And so they confirm the call. Runner is out at 1st. But it's a sacrifice bunt and a successful one, 5-4 on the putout for out number 1. At 2nd is Mikey Rocha, and Jimmy Leanda is over at 3rd. Keon Sanchez now up to bat. 2 very important insurance runs for the Dons in scoring position. The infield's going to be in for the Comets. This one, first pitch misses downstairs, maybe a bit inside as well. Want to know the count. It's the third sacrifice bunt by Dobson on the season. Again, the winner of this game will go on to the 3C2A state championship next weekend. Sanchez foul tips the top of this one. 1-1 the count. Long look in here from Noah Waldeck. You saw Holton Carpenter get called for a pitch clock violation. This one's fouled back out of play. And moves the count to 1-2. One ball, two strikes, runners at second and third. Infield in for the Comets. Waldeck pitching from the first base side of the rubber. This one swung on and missed, so the freshman gets the freshman to strike out, and Keon Sanchez is retired. And now with 2 outs in the inning, the infield can retreat back to their normal depth, and that'll bring up Connor Deach. Connor Deach had a big 2-out double back in the 6th inning, didn't come around to score, but with 2 runners in scoring position, a big chance for the sophomore to have another big moment this postseason. He had a 2-run home run back on May 4th, that Saturday against El Camino College. This one, a fastball that was fouled off of his body, and fouled off of Connor Deach. That's what the home plate umpire, Nick Spencer, relays to the first base dugout. 0-1 the count. Connor Deach also went 3 for 4 in a must-win game last Friday. He had 3 RBIs and a run scored against Santa Barbara City. That game eliminated Santa Barbara City College. The Dons came out victorious by a score of 9-4. This one misses the zone. Another tough call there by home plate umpire Nick Spencer. Two outs in the inning. Runners on second and third. Rocha at second. Jimmy Leanda at third. This one misses downstairs. It's now a 2-1 count. So Connor Deach putting together a nice at-bat here. He had a 2 RBI single back in the top of the third. He also has 2 strikeouts in the game. Connor Deach awaits the 2-1. This one, oh, the breaking ball does catch the bottom half. I'm sure Connor Deach asking for that same call when he's behind the plate. So Noah Waldeck on the mound looking to get this final third out here in the top of the 8th. This one hit into the air, into right center. It's driven well. Going back is Rafael. Oh, he makes an incredible catch. Wow. Rafael and Elijah Cook have been putting on a display of great outfielding for the Comets, as that for sure saved 2 runs from coming across for Santa Ana College. You just got to tip your cap at plays like that. And we're now transitioned to the bottom of the 8th. Dons still lead 10-8. Haas Fregoso still going to be on the mound. He worked a 1-2-3 7th inning. We'll see what he does here in the bottom of the 8th after this commercial break.
Starting your college journey is a big step. It requires discipline and dedication while you balance your work, life, and education. At Santa Ana College, you can choose a pathway that fits into your schedule and leads you toward your personal and educational goals. Earn an associate degree, university transfer, career training, or even a bachelor's degree in occupational studies. With classes available both in person and online. Gain the professionalism and confidence you need to further yourself and your career, and become a bigger part of your community. Wraparound services are available to fit your needs and provide all the necessary tools to achieve academic, personal, and career success. Start your journey at Santa Ana College. Where it leads is up to you.
Back here at Palomar College, it's the bottom of the 8th coming up. Haas Fregoso still on the mound for your Santa Ana Dons. They're 6 outs away from punching their ticket to the 3C 2A state championship. This will be the final game, or the last game to go final, I guess you could say, in the 3C 2A in this round, as Saddleback has won by a final score of 9-2 over Cerritos College. So Cerritos has been eliminated. They were the #1 seed in the Southern California region. Saddleback will go to the 3C 2A state championship for back-to-back seasons. It'll be West Valley, San Joaquin Delta, and Saddleback College. The 3 of them will await the winner of this game, Santa Ana and Palomar. We welcome you, those who are tuning into the broadcast. I'm Noah Alvarez. We're here at Palomar College, game number 3 of this regional final. Dons lead 10-8. Comets down to their final 6 outs. This one's hit hard into left center, and that's going to fall. Jimmy Leona gets to it, but it's going to be a leadoff single for Makana Alaso. So now due up next is the left fielder Anthony Pacino. After that, it'll be Ryan Rivera. Those are the 3 batters set to come here in this half of the inning. Again, bottom of the 8th. Dons had 4 runs and in the first inning, 6 in the top of the 3rd. The Comets got 2 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, and then 4 in the 5th. Haas Fregoso came into the game in the 5th inning and has put out the fire. This one hit high up into the air, potentially in play for Connor Deach. He turns around, finds the foul ball, and he makes the catch for a big out, #1. So Alaso will have to stay put at first base, and with 1 out, that'll bring up the DH Ryan Rivera. And thanks for tuning in. It's a beautiful day here at Palomar College. The wind blowing out towards right field from the 3rd baseline out towards right field. It's been a very breezy day today. Been a very breezy weekend here. First pitch misses upstairs to Rivera. Want to know the count to the DH. He grounded out to 3rd base in his last AB. He also has 2 singles and then reached on an error. This one hit sharply but foul. 1-1 the count. 2 for 4 on the afternoon. Ryan Rivera has started 40 games for the Comets this season. This one ripped into left field. Jake Long is going to have to play this one and try and prevent it from going to the wall. He has to play it off the wall now. Alaso is going to be held up at 3rd. And that's a double for Ryan Rivera. So now 2 runners in scoring position. Rivera represents the tying run, while Luke Matthews, the new batter, will represent the winning run. Again, it's the bottom of the 8th. Haas Fregoso still on the mound for the Dons. Corner infielders are going to play even with the bag, not quite in. While the middle infielders play at their normal depth. Luke Matthews awaits the first pitch. This one misses high and away. 1-0 the count. Again, it's been an exciting game today. The Dons jumped out to an early 10-2 lead, and things looked rather grim for the Comets, but They earned that number 2 seed for a reason. This one, oh, misses down and away. 2-0 the count. Again, clawing their way back in with 1 run in both the 3rd and 4th inning. 4 runs in the 5th, and they chased out Jack Meek. They also chased out the first reliever, David Solowski. Now Haas Fregoso on the mound for the Dons. This one catches the bottom half. 2-1 the count. Patrick McClellan, the first baseman, on deck. Fregoso from the first base side of the rubber. This one fouled into the netting. 2-2 the count. Matthews grounded out to shortstop in his last AB. One for 4 on the afternoon with the walk. Here's the 2-2 from Fregoso. This one hit softly up the middle to Williams. Williams charging in, makes the throw on the run. And a run does come across, which makes it a 10-9 game. So it's an RBI ground out for Luke Matthews. So an RBI ground out for Luke Matthews, and that'll bring up Patrick McClellan. Again, that tying run 90 feet away. Ryan Rivera. This one catches the outer half, a pretty breaking ball there by Haas Fregoso. McClellan, the first baseman, dragged his way on with the sac bunt. This one's ripped past the shortstop, and now it's a tie game. A brand new ball game here in the bottom of the 8th. Woo. So now a runner on first, still 2 outs in the inning, but it's an RBI single, a big single for Patrick McClellan. It's a brand new ball game. Expect nothing less out of a Game 3, a trip to the 3C2A state tournament on the line for next weekend. Again, thanks for tuning in to Don's Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. Looks like George Caralejo is going to make a mound visit. Let's see if he leaves his right-hander in to make the final out of the 8th inning. Good piece of hitting here we've seen this inning. It was a single to lead off the inning by Makana Alaso. Then he got Anthony Pacino to fly out into foul territory. Ryan Rivera hit a double, and there were runners on 2nd and 3rd. Luke Matthews hit into an RBI ground out. Then it was Patrick McClellan who ripped a line drive into left field for an RBI single. So mound visit between the infield, Haas Fregoso and Connor Deach. And that'll bring up Ian Halverson. Halverson has been a tough out for these last 2 days of this series, even in game number 1. He worked some good ABs. He went 0 for 2 in game 1 this weekend, but did walk twice. In game number 2 yesterday, he went 2 for 4 with a solo home run that came back in the top of the 9th. The Comets are the home team here in game number 3 of the series. This one hits Halverson. So Halverson is awarded first base. Tom Nils is arguing that he leaned into it. But advancing to second now is McClellan. And so now it'll be the second mound visit of the inning. That looks like it'll spell the end for Haas Fregoso. Elijah Cook will have to wait for the new pitcher. So new pitcher to tell you about, it's C.J. Brown, the right-hander, the sophomore from Pacifica High School, and we'll be right back after this break.
for Santa Ana, number 33, J. Brown.
So new pitcher to tell you about here in the bottom of the 8th. It's the sophomore from Pacifica wearing number 33, CJ Brown. CJ Brown arguably maybe the second or third best arm out of the bullpen. I think I would argue that he's the second best arm outside of Joey Iglesias here on the Santa Ana Dons bullpen. He's coming into this game with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. It's now a tie game. 10-10 is the score. So whoever wins this game is going to have to win in dramatic fashion. First pitch misses wide to Elijah Cook. CJ Brown does have pretty decent velocity. However, a lot of his pitches have some wicked horizontal movement. He has a wicked slider along with a 2-seamer that can run into a right-hander. Here's the 1-0 to Cook. This one hit right back to CJ Brown as he's able to get a line drive right back to the pitcher for the third and final out. So 2 pitches result in 1 out for the Santa Ana Dons. We're going to transition to the top of the 9th, and it's a new game. 10-10 is the score. 8-9-1 due up in the top of the 9th. The Dons, I'm sure, will want to get some insurance runs or some runs to give themselves a lead and not head into the bottom of the 9th. Because the Comets are the home team, they will have the last at-bats regardless of what game or what inning this game comes to an end in. So, again, folks, we're going to have a tight end or a tight finish here in this game. Would expect nothing less from 2 of the top teams from the Southern California region. Again, the number 2 seed Palomar Comets taking on the number 6 seed Santa Ana Dons. Top of the 9th inning when we come back. Thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. When you get to hoist the trophy, the next season comes with a big target on your back. There isn't a man in that dugout who isn't clear on the objective. A coach who knows what it takes, sophomores who are hungry for an encore, and freshmen who want to cement their name in history. So no matter the time or the place, regardless of the adversity we may face, we don't hang our heads, we hang banners. There's no room or time for panic, because come May, we know how to create that magic. The bumps and bruises along the way may have taken a toll, but come postseason, the only thing on our mind is. So Noah Waldeck will still be on the mound for the Comets here in the top of the 9th. He's in his, trying to complete his 2nd inning of work. He struggled at the beginning of the 8th inning, however got the final 3 outs to strand the 2 runners in scoring position back in the 8th inning. First batter he will face is Carson Case, the sophomore from Foothill, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. Again, things are all tied up at 10 apiece now. Dons jumped out to an early 10-2 lead in the 3rd inning. But the Comets had a steady approach, got 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 4 in the 5th. This one fouled into the netting. 0-2. Win or go home for both these teams here, both trying to advance to the 3C2A state championship. The Dons are the reigning state champions, so they're looking to defend their title in the Final Four next weekend. Here's the 0-2 from Waldeck. This one misses upstairs. 1-2 the count. Again, Jack Meek started the game and had a pretty solid outing, but had to get pulled in the 5th. David Solowski got 2 outs, however, wasn't able to get that 3rd. Haas Vergoso put out the fire and was able to get that 3rd out. This one hit right up the middle, and it's going to get past the pitcher and past the second baseman, Lazuka, and go into center. It's a leadoff single for Carson Case and the Santa Ana Dons.
Shortstop number 3, Christian Altamirano.
So a leadoff single for the Dons here in the top of the 9th. I'm sure they want to go into the bottom of the 9th with a lead rather than being tied. Again, it seems like momentum has shifted towards Palomar's side since the 5th inning, really. They were held scoreless in the 6th and 7th. However, 2 runs have come across in the bottom of the 8th, turning into a brand new ball game. Christian Altamirano shows bunt, the third baseman, showing like they're going to crash. This one's popped into the air, and it's a catch made by McClellan. And so Altamirano unable to do a job. So a pop-up in foul territory. Carson Case with 1 out. Carson Case, the runner at first, excuse me. Alasso still behind the plate. Matthews at 3rd. Halverson at short. Lazuka at 2nd. And McClellan at 1st. Pacino in left. Cook in center. And Raphael in right. And I'll bring up the top of the order, Thomas Williams. But instead of having that runner over at 2nd, he's still at first base. Thomas Williams, a tough runner to double up. Has really good speed out of the left-handed hitter's batter's box. But I'm sure Tom Nils would rather have that runner in scoring position at 2nd after the sacrifice bunt was a failed attempt by Christian Altamirano. This one's fouled off the mask by Olaso. He has to take a quick breather. Regroup himself after taking one off the mask. Not an easy job behind there, or behind home plate. One to win the count, 1 out, and a runner on first. Here in the top of the 9th inning, it's a 10-10 game. This one hit the opposite way towards Matthews at 3rd, and they're going to say this one's foul. That would have been a huge base hit as it skipped off of Matthews' glove. He was going to his right. Ruled foul by home plate umpire Nick Spencer. So instead of extra bases, it's now a 1-2 count. Williams hit the 2-run home run back in the top of the 3rd inning. That was off the starter, Eric Van Valkenburg. After Valkenburg, it was Holden Carpenter and then Nathaniel Helton for an inning. And now we're seeing Noah Waldeck in his 2nd inning of work. This one, a breaking ball that misses down. 2-2 the count. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner on first. Thomas Williams up to bat. The sophomore from Ocean View. Watches this one bounce in the dirt, and so Waldeck is missing a little bit more and more with each pitch. Easy takes for the sophomore hitter. On deck is the left fielder, Jake Long. So it's a full count, 1 out. Will be interesting to see if they decide to send the runner in motion. He stays put at first. Williams hits this right to 2nd. Over to short for 1 and on to first base for an inning-ending double play. So again, that failed sacrifice bunt really came back to bite the Dons. A 4-6-3 double play to end the inning. And again, it feels like all the momentum's on Palomar's side, so CJ Brown marching back out to the mound will have to do a good job of not only limiting base runners, but to battle the noise created here by the Comets home crowd, along with the noise coming from the dugout of the Comets. Again, thanks for tuning into Don's Baseball here on the 3C2A State, or here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. The winner gets to advance to the 3C2A State Championship game. Again, the other three teams that are going next weekend are already finalized. Saddleback defeated Cerritos today. West Valley defeated Shabbat today. And San Joaquin Delta defeated Sacramento City yesterday. So those are the three teams next weekend: Saddleback, Sacramento City, and West Valley. Now we're just awaiting the winner of this game. Again, this winner would go on to the 3C2A State Championship, while the loser would watch their season come to an end. We'll take a quick commercial break and return for the bottom of the 9th inning.
Life doesn't change overnight. It takes effort and dedication. It takes learning new skills and putting yourself and loved ones first. At Santa Ana College, you can complete a full-time accelerated online program in just 2 years. Choose a program that meets your needs and changes your educational dreams into a well-deserved reality. Building the life you want means taking a first step.
Bottom of the 9th inning here. Things are all tied up at 10 apiece. If the Comets do get one run across, they would advance to the state championship next weekend. CJ Brown on the mound. First pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. He came in and threw 2 pitches to record the final out in the 8th inning. Comebacker right to his left side, and he stuck the glove out. It'll be 2-3-4 in this half of the inning. Colby Raphael watches this one miss inside. 1-1 the count to the right-handed hitting right fielder. Noah Lazuka on deck and Makano Olaso in the hole. So some dangerous hitters coming up in this half of the order. Here's the 1-1 from CJ Brown. This one chopped foul. Ooh, off the leg of Raphael. He looks like he's in some pain, maybe off the foot. He's wearing that shin guard, but must have hit in the spot where it wasn't protected, rubbing the knee. So we hope Colby Raphael is all right. He's going to be checked out actually by the training staff, it looks like, for Palomar College. The Dons have 10 runs off of 17 hits and 2 errors defensively, while the Comets have 10 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error defensively. And the Dons got the scoring started with 4 runs in the top of the first. The Comets responded with 2 in the bottom of the second. But then the Dons exploded for 6 in the top of the fourth, and that gave them a 10-2 lead. Miraculously, the Comets have continued to battle. They got 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 4 in the 5th inning, and then 2 in the 8th inning that tied things up. The bullpen hasn't been as lights out today for the Dons, while the bullpen for the Comets has kept the Dons hitters at bay. Here's the 1-2. This one misses upstairs. Glad to see Colby Raphael up and okay. It's a 2-2 count to the right fielder. Here's the 2-2 from CJ Brown. This one hit on the ground over to short. Altamirano makes the throw in time, and that's out number 1. So now it'll bring up the second baseman, Noah Lazuka. A very talented second baseman, leads the team in a lot of categories, including hits with 71 and batting average. Entered today's game with .413 batting average. He's gone hitless the last 2 games. He's 0 for 3 today. Also reached via hit by pitch and was 0 for 4 yesterday. Shows bunt. This one's popped up into the air, and it's going to go foul. CJ Brown tried to grab that one before it touched down on the ground in foul territory. 0-1 the count. So Lazuka trying to find a way to get on for his cleanup hitter, Makana Olaso, and apply pressure to CJ Brown. Again, I would argue he's the second best arm out of the Dons bullpen, behind only Joey Iglesias. Joey Iglesias has pitched twice this weekend, but hasn't been as effective. So it'll be interesting to see what Tom Nils and pitching coach George Caralejo's plan is going forward in the rest of this game. Here's the 0-1 from C.J. Brown. This one misses upstairs. 1-1 the count. Wind blowing out towards right center field. Something to keep in mind. The wind has been a factor much of the series this weekend. This one fouled back into the netting, 1-2. Here's the 1-2 from C.J. Brown. This one swung on and missed. Connor Deach was able to hang on to it. Oh, no, they say it's a foul tip off the bat of Lazuka. Deach tried to sell it as if he caught it off the bat, but it must have hit the ground. So Nick Spencer wasn't buying the sell job. We'll do it again at 1-2. Again, C.J. Brown, the fourth pitcher to pitch today for the Santa Ana Dons. This one misses outside. It's a full count. No, it's a 2-2 count, excuse me. 1 out in the inning. They got Colby Rafael to ground out to short to start the inning. Here's the 2-2. This one swung on and missed. A fastball upstairs, and it's a huge second out here in the bottom of the ninth. And so with 2 outs, that'll bring up the catcher, Makana Olaso. And he's a very dangerous hitter, but he's a lot less dangerous without a runner on base. Now it looks like Caralejo's going to go and talk to his pitcher, C.J. Brown. Brown pitched in Friday's game against the Palomar Comets. He was only able to record 2 outs. He gave up 1 hit, but 4 runs as he walked 2 batters. He also intentionally walked 1 batter and struck out another. Again, those runs came across in the 8th inning. It was a tie game heading into the 8th. 7-7 was the score on Friday. However, 4 runs came across under C.J. Brown's watch, and Rocco Garola was able to get the final out. So it was a tough outing for C.J. Brown on Friday. Tough outing this whole weekend for Joey Iglesias and pretty much the rest of the Dons bullpen, as they haven't been as lights out as they have been for much of the season. It was a close call yesterday, too, as things were 5-2 heading into the top of the 9th inning yesterday, as the Dons were the home team. However, after a solo home run, another run came across. It was a 5-4 game. Jack Meek was needed to record the final out. And that'll bring up Makana Olaso, the catcher, big sophomore from Vista Marietta. Hit a single. This one's blooped into shallow infield, and Christian Altamirano going to call off Williams and make the catch for out number 3. So sort of an anticlimactic bottom of the 9th inning there. If you're a Dons fan, you're pretty happy about that one. As we now transition to the top of the 10th inning, things are going to get really exciting here, regardless of who you're rooting for. Yeah, thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel.
With 138 conference championships, 25 state championships, and 6 national championships, Santa Ana College has one of the premier athletic programs in California. With your help, we will continue to provide opportunities to student athletes as they thrive in both athletics and academics. We are Santa Ana College.
So the first extra inning game of the postseason for the Dons. Due up in this half of the inning, it'll be 2-3-4. Jake Long, Jimmy Leanda, and Mikey Rocha. Running out of space here on the scorebook, so gonna have to make an adjustment. And thankfully, I have an extra page here on the scorebook to throw on the next one. It's my very last page, though, so hopefully they don't go into 18 innings. So 2-3-4 due up. Jake Long, Jimmy Leanda, Mikey Rocha, and then Matthew Dobson. Again, thanks for tuning in to Don's Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. Noah Waldeck still on the mound. He's thrown 29 pitches thus far. This one is fouled off to the left side. The left-handed hitting left fielder from Lucerna High School steps in with a 0-1 count. Waldeck misses outside, brings good velocity. The right-hander does. He's a freshman, but a very important freshman for the Comets pitching staff from Tri-City Christian High School. Dons have been held scoreless since the third inning. Jake Long hoping to change that by getting on base. Here's a 2-1 count. Nobody on, nobody out. 2-1. Ooh, catches the outer half. It's a backdoor breaking ball. We'll reset the defense for you after this pitch to Jake Long on a 2-2 count. Leading off things here in the top of the 10th inning. This one misses outside, and so it's a full count to the left-handed hitter. Again, on deck is Jimmy Leanda. And you definitely don't want to face Leanda with a runner on base, especially in a tie ball game here in the extra innings. This one misses downstairs, an easy take for Jake Long, so it's a walk to lead off the top of the 10th. The Dons have their leadoff base runner on, and we'll see what the approach is here in the last inning. The top of the 9th, Christian Altamirano tried to lay down a sacrifice bunt. He couldn't do so, and the very next batter, Thomas Williams, grounded into an inning-ending double play. So runner on first, nobody out. For the center fielder, Jimmy Leanda. This one, a breaking ball, and it's a pretty one. First pitch strike, 0-1 the count. Leanda hit a 2-run home run yesterday in game number 2 of the weekend. That came back in the bottom of the 5th inning yesterday. They're going to throw down to first. Jake Long has McClellan stumbles over Long's body and hits the deck on his rear. Trainers have been busy today, but it looks like Patrick McClellan's all right. So 1-1 count after the pitch was ruled a ball. The throw down by McConnell also. Jake Long was back in with the slide. Here's the 1-1 to Jimmy Leanda. This one misses in the dirt, but Alasso keeps it right in front, so no advancement by the runner. 2-1 the count. Now Alasso is going to talk with Waldeck. Third baseman Matthews playing about even with the bag. Again, thanks for tuning in to Don's Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. Just to recap how both teams got here. The Dons defeated El Camino in the first round of the playoffs, needing only 2 games. Then in the Super Regionals, they had to play 4 different games They lost that first game 18-1, but defeated Golden West that same day 14-3. On Friday last week, they defeated Santa Barbara City and eliminated them 9-4, and then eliminated Golden West in the final game of the weekend 8-5. They lost Friday 11-7 and won yesterday 5-4. Here's the 2-1 to Jimmy the Island. That's in there for a strike. The front door breaking ball. 2-2 the count. So whatever Olaso said to Waldeck really helped there. And he's able to get a strike over after throwing back-to-back balls. Jake Long over at first, nobody out. Here's the 2-2. This one hit on the ground to the right side. Lazuka is going to have to wait patiently for it. They can't double up Deanda. Deanda's now going to turn for second after the throw was errant and skips over to the first base dugout. So kind of works like a sacrifice bunt. It's a fielder's choice and then an E6. Score that 4-6 for out number 1. But fielder's choice that allows Jimmy Deanda to reach, and then E6 that allows him to get to second. And so that'll bring up Mikey Rocha, and what better way for the San Diego native to send his team to the 3C2A state tournament next weekend if he can come up with a big hit here in front of a lot of his friends and family. This one a check swing, and it's a ball, so a good idea to hold up there. 1-0 the count. Rocha had a single in his last AB that came in the top of the 8th. However, was stranded at second. 3 for 4, 3 for 5. This one misses in the dirt. 2-0 the count. He's had 3 singles on the day. He also has 2 groundouts. Waldeck with the runner on second. Infield at regular depth. This one also misses. It's a 3-0 count to the first baseman. A very experienced hitter here for Santa Ana College. And they're actually going to put him on. So instead of pitching that 4th pitch, it's an intentional walk. And so now there'll be runners on first and second. At least the Comets will have a force at any infield base. Potentially could still turn 2. With Dobson now at the plate. Dobson awaits the first pitch from Noah Waldeck. This one misses. These are tough misses here. And really good takes by the Dons hitters thus far in the top of the 9th inning. Wind picking up again, blowing out towards right center. Rocha at first, Jimmy Deanda at second. This one fouled off to the left side, 1-1 the count. It was definitely a lot louder in the bottom of the 9th and even top of the 9th, but things have quieted down here at Palomar College here in the top of the 10th. Waldeck walked the first batter, Jake Long, and then Jimmy Deanda reached on a fielder's choice. On a throwing error, he advanced to second, and Mikey Rocha was intentionally walked. This one hit on the ground over towards third base. Matthew can't play it on the hop, and Jimmy Deanda is going to come around to score. Now Mikey Rocha is going to be waved around from third, and Dobson has another bases clearing double. 2 runs come across here in the top of the 10th, and the Dons retake the lead. It's now a 12-10 game. They're going to rule that, I believe, an error off the bat, or excuse me, off on Luke Matthews. E5 as the third baseman I thought was going to come up with it. Maybe it took a wicked hop. Looked like it hopped over his glove. He was trying to backhand it. It was right down the third base line, so it was going to be a tough play, but even if he stops that one, it prevents a run from coming across. It's now a 12-10 game here in the top of the 10th. First pitch to Keon Sanchez, misses down in the dirt. Again, the winner of this game would go on to advance to the 3C 2A state championship. The Dons are the reigning state champions and looking to defend their title. And now the pitching coach is going to take a stroll out to the mound, talk with Waldeck, and maybe could be the end of the day for the young freshman. And the inning started off with a walk to Jake Long. Jimmy Deanda grounded into a fielder's choice, but on the throwing error, trying to turn two by Ian Halverson. Jimmy Deanda advanced to second. Then they intentionally walked Mikey Rocha, and after the walk of Rocha, Matthew Dobson had a double, which they rule an error on the third baseman, Luke Matthews. But nonetheless, Dobson ends up at second. He has 2 RBIs as both Jimmy Deanda and Mikey came across to score. Again, the trio of sophomores coming up big. 2 of the sophomores scoring. Dobson getting 2 RBIs there. He had a 3 RBI double back in the top of the first that put the Dons up 4-0. Again, that was early on the game. That felt like such a long time ago. Currently 3:38 in real time. This game started at 12 noon, so it's one of the longer games we've been at this season. But again, we're here in extra innings. Dons playing another game in dramatic fashion. 12-10 is the score. Runner on second. Keon Sanchez at the plate with a 1-0 count. Noah Waldeck comes set. Here's the pitch. This one misses downstairs. 2-0 the count. Next pitch will be number 50 for Noah Waldeck on the outing. Comets are the number 2 seed in the postseason this year. This one also misses. It's a 3-0 count to the DH, Keon Sanchez. On deck is the catcher, Connor Deach. Still only 1 out in the inning. This 3-0 pitch misses inside, so it's a 4-pitch walk for Keon Sanchez. You got to imagine Noah Waldeck is towards the end of his line. That'll bring up the catcher, Connor Deach. Connor Deach. It looks like there's going to be a pinch runner. So running for Keon Sanchez, wearing number 28, it's Orlando Arellano. Arellano has done a lot of that, pinch running for the Dons this season. Brings good speed to the Dons on the base path, has made 18 appearances. Four of 6 in stolen base attempts this season. With the runner on second, don't think they're going to be sending anybody in motion. But he's over at first. Dobson's at second. Connor Deach at the plate. He had a impressive drive to right field, but the right fielder, Raphael, made an incredible catch. We've seen 2 really incredible catches, both by Comets outfielders. One was by Elijah Cook, and the other was by Colby Raphael. Really tough to say which one was the more impressive one, but I think because Connor Deach hit this one on a line drive back in the 8th inning, you got to give it to Raphael. So it's a breaking ball in there for a strike. 1-1 the count. One and one the count to Connor Deach. This one misses downstairs. It's now a 2-1 count. Connor Deach is 2 for 5 on the day with a double, a single, 2 RBIs, and 2 strikeouts. He's played some solid defense today behind the plate as well. Here's the 2-1. This one fouled into the netting. There's a pitch a little high in the zone. You can tell Connor Deach a little upset with himself after missing that one. Still a 2-2 count for the catcher. Ariano over at first, Dobson at second. Elijah Cook about 4 steps over towards right center. Top of the 10th inning, Dons lead 12-10 now after pushing across 2 runs just a second ago. This one misses outside. Good take there by Connor Deach as Waldeck tried to get him with the slider. Wind still blowing out strong towards right center field. Full count, 1 out. Here's the 3-2. This one misses downstairs. It's another walk. So back-to-back walks by Noah Waldeck. Ariano's going to advance to second, and Dobson advances to third. Still 1 out in the inning. And these are very important insurance runs for the Dons, especially with this good Comets lineup. Due up in the bottom of the 10th inning will be 5, 6, 7. The Dons did a good job of keeping 2, 3, and 4 off the base paths in the bottom of the 9th. We'll see who comes out to close out the game for the Dons pitching staff. This one, oh, looked like it was going to hit Carson Case, and they ruled that one a strike. Home plate umpire Nick Spencer. Been a little all over the place today. 0-1 the count to Carson Case. Corners about even with the bag. McClellan in on the edge of the grass. This one fouled off to the left side. It's now an 0-2 count. Again, 2 runs have already come across. Dons lead 12-10. The winner of this game advances to the 3C 2A state championship tournament next weekend. All the 3 other teams are set. It'll be Saddleback, San Joaquin Delta, and West Valley. Here's the 0-2. This one misses in the dirt. Olaso keeps it in front, so all the runners will stay put. 1-2 the count. Again, if Santa Ana were to advance, it would be the exact same 2 teams to advance from the Southern California region as last year. Both Santa Ana and Saddleback advanced. Santa Ana was a number 4 seed last year. Saddleback was the number 2 seed. This year, Saddleback was the 5. Santa Ana was the 6. This one, oh, no way. Wow. A called strike 3 up, probably a little above the zone. But Nick Spencer rings up Carson Case, and that's out number 2. So now to bring up Christian Altamirano. The bases are still loaded. Deach at first, Arellano at second, and Dobson over there at third. The young freshman from Brea Olinda High School. Catches the outer half, says Nick Spencer. Owen won the count. Altamirano tried to lay down a sacrifice bunt and popped up to the first baseman in foul territory. He also flew out to center. That's where you saw the impressive catch made by Elijah Cook. 0 for 5 on the day. This one's a grounder to the shortstop, Halverson. He flips it over to second, Lazuka, for out number 3. But the Dons strike first here in extra innings. They lead now 12-10 as we head to the bottom of the 10th. We'll stay on just to see who comes out onto the mound for the Santa Ana Dons. This half of the inning, it'll be 5, 6, 7. So they got through the immediate part of the order. Anthony Bacino will lead things off. And oh, it's C.J. Brown walking out to the mound. A sophomore from Pacifica High School will be tasked with getting out the final 3 outs here in this game. Again, thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. When you get to hoist the trophy, the next season comes with a big target on your back. There isn't a man in that dugout who isn't clear on the objective. a coach who knows what it takes, sophomores who are hungry for an encore, and freshmen who want to cement their name in history. So no matter the time or the place, regardless of the adversity we may face, we don't hang our heads, we hang banners. There's no room or time for panic, because come May, we know how to create that magic. The bumps and bruises along the way may have taken a toll, but come postseason, the only thing on our mind is bottom of the 10th here at Palomar College. Again, thanks for tuning in, wherever you may be tuning in from. It's been a drama-filled game number 3 of this regional finals, hosted by the number 2 seed Palomar College. The Comets won game 1 on Friday by a score of 11-7. The Dons, in a must-win game number 2, won yesterday by a score of 5-4. Now they're up 12-10 here in the bottom of the 10th inning. And so it'll be the last 3 outs here if the Dons can hang on to the lead. C.J. Brown still on the mound. He came into the game back in the bottom of the 8th inning and recorded the final out. Worked a 1-2-3 9th inning. He would be credited with the win here if he is able to hang on and keep the score as is. The first pitch strike in there to Anthony Pacino, the left fielder. Again, thanks for tuning in. This one also in for a strike. So nice job by Brown to attack the zone. 0-2 the count to the left fielder. Wearing number 1. He waits the 0-2. This is a high chopper to Dobson. Dobson sets his feet, makes the throw, and the Dons are 2 outs away. Again, a great turnout of fans for both teams here at Palomar College at the ballpark. It's been beautiful days here this weekend. Dons won yesterday 5-4 to force a game number 3. They're currently up 12-10. The winner of this game will advance to the 3C2A state champion. This one also catches the zone, so C.J. Brown throwing nothing but strikes here in the bottom of the 10th. This one misses upstairs. 1-1 the count to Ryan Rivera, the DH. And Rivera's last AB, he had a double and came around to score on the RBI single by Patrick McCullen. This was also hit to third base. Dobson over to his right, makes a strong throw, leaping to make the grab, and then applying the tag is Mikey Rocha. So the Dons are down to their final out. One more out. C.J. Brown still on the mound. It'll be Luke Matthews, the third baseman, stepping into the batter's box. Luke Matthews had an RBI ground out to second base. That came in the bottom of the 8th inning. C.J. Brown from the windup. The sophomore from Pacifica fires it in there for strike 1. Again, what a performance it has been by the Dons this weekend, especially after the game on Friday, allowing the Comets to come from behind. 1-1 the count now. C.J. Brown got roughed up in that game on Friday. But what a turnaround it would be for the sophomore right-hander to record the final out in game number 3. This one hit on the ground, but foul. Pulled foul down the third base line, and it's a 1-2 count. Comets are down to their last strike. Luke Matthews at the plate. C.J. Brown on the mound. Nick Spencer gives the ready to play behind home plate. C.J. Brown from the windup. Here's the 1-2. It's fouled back into the netting, and we'll do it once again. Here at Palomar College, bottom of the 10th, C.J. Brown with the 1-2 count. This one hit into the air. Carson Case racing in, shielding his eyes from the sun. He makes the catch for out number 3, and the Dons are going to the 3C 2A state championship for the second year in a row as they look to defend their title against the likes of Saddleback, San Joaquin Delta, and West Valley College. So they had to take a different route than the previous season, but the Dons defeated higher seeds like Golden West and Palomar to advance to the 3C 2A state tournament. The state champions to get to defend their title next weekend, Memorial Day weekend at Mount SAC. If you're a native of Southern California, definitely recommend you make it out to Mount SAC College for the state tournament next weekend because of the, I guess you could say, live stream or broadcast rights to the Bay Area Sports Network. We will not be able to broadcast the game here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel, so you'll have to go onto the link that will be on the 3c2asports.org website. You can tune into the games there, but I believe it's pay-per-view. Again, it will not be next weekend, or you cannot tune into the game on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel. We will not be able to make the trip. However, you can tune in on Bay Area Sports Network or go to the 3c2asports.org website as you can watch your Dons take on the other 3 teams in the state tournament. Again, the final score in this one, they needed 10 innings to do so, but the Dons come out victorious by a score of 12-10. Again, for Cammie Lewis, Mary Haggerty, and everyone else as part of the Santa Ana College Athletic Department that made this weekend possible, I'm Noah Alvarez. Thanks for tuning in to Dons Baseball, the final time here on the Santa Ana College Athletics YouTube channel this season. We'll catch you guys next year. When you get to hoist the trophy, the next season comes with a big target on your back. There isn't a man in that dugout who isn't clear on the objective. A coach who knows what it takes, sophomores who are hungry for an encore, and freshmen who want to cement their name in history. So no matter the time or the place, regardless of the adversity we may face, we don't hang our heads, we hang banners. There's no room or time for panic, because come May, we know how to create that magic. The bumps and bruises along the way may have taken a toll, but come postseason, the only thing on our mind is good stuff. Good moment to capture. Man, when they tied it up, I really got scared. I was like, no, can't end like this.
I didn't know they were ranked higher, but that makes more sense because they're hosting.
Yeah, that's why we're coming over here to them. The rankings are kind of dumb, to be honest. And granted, Santa Ana did like kind of fall behind, but I don't think they should have been ranked so long.
6, right?
Yeah, 6. You couldn't put them over Golden West because Golden West won Orange Empire Conference. But I thought Golden West could have been the 1 or 2 seed. And then you could put Santa Ana as like the 3 or 4. But they went with Cerritos as the 1. And Santa Ana beat Cerritos like 25-6 this year. And then they put LA Valley as 4. And Santa Ana beat them like, I think, 11-3. So like the 2 teams, there was 2 teams that like were, I thought they were significantly better than.
I didn't know they were that high, or I didn't know they were that good.
This year they were, but again, it's kind of tough to tell, and I kind of kept mentioning it, right? Like, every other team plays in a kind of a weaker conference, so it's kind of hard. Like, they can have a good record. Like, this team had a good record and had some crazy, ridiculous stats. You know what I mean? But, like, they play some weak schools. So how good are they?
I mean, they were pretty good.
Yeah, and they are good.
Usually,
But I think also, too, if they played in the Orange Empire Conference, I don't know. Not saying they wouldn't make it. I think they still make the playoffs, but probably in the middle of the pack.
Yeah. We're talking to Noah about that.
Sweating in here, right? Sweating?